Should be this. Is mouse double clicked? This doesn't seem to work. Does not say it's double clicked. Okay. If image button, so you click the image button and you double clicked, and the asset type is a model. I guess I can check these separately. Oh, I have to post in the Discord, fuck. It said true false. Okay. This doesn't work anymore. Interesting. Which GUI am I using? Maybe I'm using the wrong one. I think that's right. Is mouse double clicked? Uh-oh. Maybe this imports the wrong GUI? I don't think so. No. A double click returns false. N is mouse clicked. If... Oh, what? Oh, what the fuck? So the image button probably counts as a mouse click. Let's try this real quick. True, true. Ah. Alert configuration makes Evan. If an image button was double clicked in MGUI. Guess this changed in the MGUI upgrade. Get mouse double click max distance is item clicked. That doesn't sound right. Get mouse clicked count. This might work. Let's try that out. What does this need? Nothing? A button. Okay. Kind of want to make my own UI framework. Button click count. All right. Button click count 0. That's tricky then. So it's printing these 3 things before it goes into this method, so it happens the frame after. That's really, really hard to check then. You know what? I'm gonna make an MGUI component for this. It would be something like this. I haven't written one of these in forever. Double click. What would you call this? This is a hover tooltip, auto table, point picker. Double clicked. So, yeah, mouse button. MGUI mouse button using MGUI. Okay, sure. The most important bit is this. Okay, so this thing relies on message data, but there's another way to do it. There's like, you can get, I don't know how you do it. Push ID data. ID is a string. I guess I can force you to give it an ID. That's fine. I still think there's an even better way to do it, but I'm not sure. This. Huh. I wonder what this is. Okay, so I will actually take this thing. It's a void, so it can be a U. It's a void pointer. It can be a U64. So I guess, right? Just cast it probably. And maybe I don't need an ID anymore. Probably not. current time. Start time found. If not found, this is current time. That seems reasonable. Oh wait. And then set it again. Okay, now I'll do my own logic. So this is a hash, so same thing, but hash time, set the times table with hash and current time. Well, I don't need that really, it's just this. Otherwise, if you did find it, I don't know where this should be. Like boom, boom. That feels pretty fast, so this is probably okay. Maybe 250. Otherwise, if current time minus start time is less than or equal to a double click time, return true. Also, table remove this hash. Otherwise, return false. I think this guy will work now. So much for all this double click stuff. Now I say double clicked. I guess I should test it, huh? Double clicked. Double clicked one, double click two. It did work. Oh, what? It thinks every other thing is a double click. Oh, because I'm not checking if the mouse is down. Guess I can check that, can't I? I'm not sure. Probably I need is mouse clicked. Repeat is false. Let's try that real quick. I'm GUI, is mouse clicked. I'm GUI, mouse button left. It probably made a million of these levels accidentally. Oh boy, the lag. Okay. So double clicked one is true. So what I wanted to check is that inside 2, I expected this to be true, but it's not. So it doesn't really matter. Yeah. I think this should work because it's basically limiting the double click check by, oh wait, I do want to print one thing. Basically limiting the double click check by whether or not you're inside the mouse button, which I don't think can happen multiple times, but that's why I'm printing it. If you're inside the image button, I mean. Did it work? Double clicked once. Okay, good. This seems to have worked. So it's missing some stuff. This is the instant stuff. It's missing the instant stuff. That's fine. This method must be broken. And not this method, so both of these methods. When you create a model, so creating a model is not here, it's this maybe? Load asset. Should load asset true? If you should load the asset, get the path, whatever. Load internal asset, convert external asset. Oh, that's for like FBX. Okay. So it's this. Okay. Interesting. I feel like what I should do actually is go to this method and make this, at least for now, a must, because the fact that I added this thing here, lots of things that had the success variable now are putting the instance models into success. So I want to just be sure you get this thing back out. Asset, instances, instances. This is going to be a problem. Okay. I'll do this in a minute. Or maybe now. First of all, assets. Asset is somewhere. I don't know how I organize this file. There it is. It has a type. It has a union here. Oh. Maybe I can do this. I hope I don't need this actual struct type. Models is a struct of models. That feels weird to do. And instances. I think this is allowed. Instances. Add. I can leave it as that. Lots of things change. Uh-oh. I guess this is fine. And then just this guy, which is where the fuck? Okay. This guy is using models, so damn it. I guess I'll keep them separate. I'm not so sure. Yeah, and then each... Oh, this is awkward also. Wonder how this should work. plans to compete in Ludum Dare this weekend? I didn't even know that was happening. And also definitely no. I'm way too busy. I have in 10 days I have to make the video for the Tokyo Game Show application, and so I have to get both the levels rendering and looking good within 10 days. Like perfectly looking good. This is basically not correct. You end up doing your self-imposed game jam? No, not yet. It's if I do it, it's going to be after the Tokyo Game Show application. Trying to think how this data has to be structured. Like, it's an instance model, but each one of the instances is a tree that you can chop down, for example. And so the level properties, that's not that important. Is it? I don't know. I think no. So maybe I can keep it like this. I'll just have a level property for all of the instances at once that says tree or something, resource tree. Okay, we'll do that. And then I'll just inherently know the way that works is each instance is going to be tree resource. Okay. So this is a level instanced now. This is what it really is. Instanced is this thing. Feels weird to dereference it, but alright. Yeah, this level editor probably should change. Oh well. Level info instance, add that. Okay. Is that still the name of it? It should be add instance model, why not? Okay. So the problem is, you move on models, everything, yeah, of this model. Everything that has to do with this type of model also has to be applied to instances. Kind of really annoying. Bounding boxes. Okay, so when I render the level, go through all the instance things, level instance, sure, and draw this instanced. That should at least render it. Here's the level model. I will keep these names the same. I'll just override them with a new type. So no more instanced, just like this. Just keeps it simple, I guess. Instances is level model, free. I think it's instances, and then remove my index, instances I. Okay. Not so sure about that, but okay. Add it, get the level properties. So yeah, for all the models, properties, if it doesn't have a name, skip it. Existing properties. Why is this even a function, I wonder? I don't know, but oh well. this looks correct now. For what the name implies it should do at least. Move selected model up. Oh, that's a big problem. That's a big problem. Okay, that changes everything. So there's no more level instance model actually. This is also not using, there's kind of no reason to do that. This is a type. This is going to be a level model type, which is an enum of model and instanced model. And then this is a union of model and instanced. So that's how this guy works now. Now it definitely makes sense to have the names as I had them. So if this is that pointer, free it, whatever that means, and remove it. That actually, that's all I have to do. That simplifies that. Remove all models. Okay, so this, feel like this should be a pointer, to be honest. The fact that it's not a pointer, I'm pretty sure. How is it even comparing it? Okay, I'm pretty sure this thing has some equal operator. Oh. What do you think of the indie dev strategy of making like 2 to 4 games per year and maybe working more on the games that stick? I think I've heard making small games is not successful. First, that's what I've heard. However, I think that's talking about making small games for platforms like Switch and Steam and Xbox and stuff. I think if you were to do that same strategy, but release them as apps or web games, I think it would be okay, given that you're making games that are small enough that you could also polish them almost to the full extent in like 3 months or 6 months. And in that case, I actually think it's a safer strategy. It's a safer strategy with less potential payoff than making like Steam or Switch games. That's kind of like my fallback plan, because I think I could pretty easily make like a couple $1,000s a month at least doing that. But the thing is, like, I think I could pretty easily make a couple $1,000s a month. I don't think I could ever make like $20,000 a month doing that. However, with Steam and stuff, I'm not sure I can make a couple $1,000s a month, but there is a chance I can make like $20,000 a month. I mean, through ads? Yeah. Basically through ads. Okay, I'm really not sure about not having this as a pointer, but I wonder if it should just be a pointer, man. Probably, right? It's really weird to not. Maybe this level editor is so old that this was before the models and instance models were pointers. That could actually be a thing. And now... Work. Hey, thanks for the follow. Now these can all be pointers. So you make your level model. I can actually just compare the pointers now, so that's good. Free it. Otherwise increment, that's fine. Set this guy, and One more thing. None. That's kind of important. This should be default. So something like that maybe. Then type equals model. Every time you do this now, which that's apparently the and this. I will call it level model now.
Work.
Yeah, thanks for the follow, man. Instance becomes instanced. This is also a pointer. This is a level model pointer, and that's kind of all I have to do. Or is this called instance model? Instance model. There we go. Now everything should just kind of work. I don't have to do this anymore. The other thing that's definitely not going to work though is rendering. That's up here, right? Yeah. So you say if level, I guess if complete. So I can have case unknown and assert you cannot have a level model with an unknown type. Okay, case model and instanced. Draw instanced. Yay. Get rid of that. It might just work. I'm pretty sure I broke lots of things. Hey man, good to see you, some Jai. Game looking good, thanks. Pretty sure lots of things are broken, and this is why I had to do a union. There is like a just straight linear order to the model rendering in the level editor that you can change, and if I were to have two separate arrays, I can't mix them. So they have to be like a union. Okay, what else do I do? Let's just try running it, see what's broken. Asset panel 493. Asset panel is going to be very broken, isn't it? Aha. Unpack selected model textures. I guess I could get the uniforms, right? So shader uniforms, it's just going to be some reference thing. So if selection model type, I guess if complete again, it's just better to do it this way. Assert, well, I'll just assert false, whatever. Uniforms, selection model, model uniforms. That should be how it works. I think it's like this. Now I have my uniforms. I say uniforms, uniforms, uniform. That probably will work. Lots of other things are broken. What else? Asset panel 380. Oh, this is for an asset type. Actually, though, this should work. Oh, I think I broke this. Down here. I do still think this is how this should work. Unless I think the more appropriate thing would be to have this type of thing again, which I'll still keep it anonymous. It's probably not best to keep it anonymous. What did I call this? Level model type? I'll just reuse that, doesn't matter. And another union, which it doesn't have to be a union actually anymore. actually no reason. It's just pointers. It's not like some giant block of data, but it keeps it organized. Okay, fine. So here's this. Now lots of things are broken. For model, I guess another if complete model type. You know, actually, I could put unknown last, but oh well. Assert false. So add model. So this is a model dot model. Very ugly naming. That's not how it works. Just goes to the models now. I'll copy this. I think more things are going to need it. Okay. So this thing before was literally just setting the arrays to what was loaded. That's not how it works now. The asset type becomes model. Is that different to asset type? No, it's fine. Fuck, where'd it go? Okay. I'm gonna have to reconstruct my own array, I guess, and it is just gonna be sorted how I want it to be sorted, and so I will render instances last. So I think it'd be best to do it this way since it's anonymous. Asset models entry type is model, entry model is model. This is confusing, but this is right. And now, instances, entry, instance model. I'm not sure if you instanced the usense. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of the anonymous type because this method needs the actual thing, I guess. Asset model. So that becomes this. With a union. Okay. So back up to where I was doing stuff. Let's go find it again. This guy. Construct query tree. I guess table set this model. It's not a pointer. I see the problem. I guess it doesn't have to be if I just set this up correctly. So first I'll change this. So no, asset model, and then I have to have some thing, two things, which I'll just define in the table. Given hash function. Okay, this takes the key type, which is asset model, and it returns a U32. And then you want a given compare function, which is 2 key types. Oh, this can just be A. Also U32? Boolean. Okay. How do I hash this? I'm gonna kind of try to split this into 4 things here. Model values is a 2U32. Instance values is a 2U32. I hope this is fine. I'm not gonna do anything crazy here. Model values, can I set data? I think I can. Well, it actually should be this if I'm setting data. Hey, Noligor. Okay, so this gets set to a... Oh, it's a union. Wait, it's a union. It doesn't matter at all. A model. Okay, this is confusing to think about here because I actually have to have this as pointer value is a U64 of a model, okay? Because it's a union, so they're both the same. And then the data is this. Model values count is 2. And then I will return model value 0, whatever this operator is called, value is 1. Okay. I wonder if I did this any weird way. Do we get any wishlist spikes? I'm not sure yet. It has like a 3-day delay where I can check wishlist, so I don't know. I haven't checked it in a couple days. And this one is much easier. I can just return A model is B model. So there's my map now. This seems fine. I'll just call it values. Okay, I don't know. That looks kind of probably right to me. I think that's a good enough hash function. Okay, back up. Go back up there. Now this, construct the query tree. This one is broken. Takes a model and actually, what's an asset model? I'm gonna have more than just this method. Let's do it to here. And this guy takes an asset model. I will, once again, if complete model type is unknown, assert false. So I'm gonna be passing this stuff back into things. So tree and model. So that's a model pointer. Instanced. Yeah, see, I'm getting my names confused now. If this is model, this should be instance is probably technically still right. I think it's instanced. Okay, so that's all I do for this. And now here, this is a model pointer once again. So this stays the same. Instanced model pointer. This one is actually very similar, except where does it construct this AABB of a, oh, it's an AABB of a triangle. Okay. So basically, this is constructing in a local space, isn't it? Yes, it is. Okay. It's constructing in a local space, and I know this type is, I guess I want to be sure, model matrix GPU. So I'm just going to have to get my transformation matrix, and for each of these guys, I do this again. So for, how would I word this? Model instances, I think is how this works. Okay, my transform, which is instance model? Oh, that's a weird naming now. Because it's this guy, the model matrix. And I want to be sure it actually sets this when you create it with instances. Yes, it does. Okay. So I have my transform. This gets me my points. I want to just say here is transform point, transform v1, and do this for all of them. And then use these to do stuff. Make your triangle, get your bounding box, create the proxy. Okay, this looks like it might work. Complicated. Get asset model. Like, see, this is fucking wrong too. What even uses this? Placement tool. Oh, fuck. I think it has to return two things. So that's a must. Instance model is a must. I'm kind of... There like must be a better way to do this, but I don't know. So go through the asset list. Oh, it's trying to match it up. Its type is a model. This is okay. I guess I will say if I want to split here, if level model type, right? Let me look at level types, level model. Yes. Well, once again, then, if complete, case unknown. So this is the default case here, and this guy returns null for this. This is an instance model now. Well, this isn't quite right yet. Hang on. You say if you go through all the models, if model type is model and model is level model. Okay. I mean, if it's wrong, it's not going to compile, so it'll be fine. So same thing here then. If it's an instanced model and model.instance is level model instanced, probably return null and model instanced. Turn null and null. Sure. What else is broken? Name is not a member. Okay, that's order panel. This is okay. Temp string is a string. Man, maybe I should have like helper functions for each of these complete things. I don't know. Nothing. Temp C string model name. It's actually the same though. Model name, model instance name. Okay. This guy is not right now. Oh, it's very close to being correct. Wait, that might be right. Temp one in a string when you wait. Oh, temp C string. Oh. But that's how it was set up. I'm confused. I think it does want a C string. We'll call it temp C string then. Okay. Position is not a member, rotation tool. Yeah, like this method is gonna be fucking horrible. So what is this? It's a level model. I am gonna change this then. So I will have some little nice helper methods. Get position. Okay. That is a big problem, I realize now. Uh-oh. I kind of don't even want to fix the level editor. I probably should if I'm being responsible about this. I mean, it's like this. This is the problem where I was uh-ohing. This doesn't have a position like that. So yeah, obviously I'm not sure what to do. I could have a concept in my game that's like an instanced model instance, and it lets you interact with it like a real normal model and manipulate it even. And that would be valid, actually. You could do that. And then that would make things kind of complicated, though.
Work.
Hey, thanks for following. I might also just not let you manipulate these for now. Actually, that might be the best thing to do. I'm not going to let you manipulate instance models. So actually, none of this. I'll just stick it like here. In the future, if I want to do this, I should have like something. instanced model instance. That is basically just a wrapper around a pointer and an index. So in my use case, I'm just trying to get this level working really quickly. Yeah. I do not really care about this. So anything that sets this, select model. I could just assert, no. Because I still do need to be able to select the model, because I have to be able to assign properties to it. I just don't want to be able to translate or rotate it, ever. So this is going to be, this is bad. If model type is model. That's all I do. Not quite all I do, because this is the level model, but actually, is there any point for this to be a level model instead of a pointer to a model? Oh, I get it now. Yes, there is. Well, no. No, not really. Yeah, because I would create a new instance probably for every single time I do this, so it's not like this being a pointer is a problem. And otherwise, it's just, this has properties in it though. Do the properties matter? No? So if I just do this, I think everything will just work. So same for translation tool. Translation, rotation tool, translation tool. Let's be sure I only set it here. Seems like it. Oh, and then actually, this is not quite right. If this and this, otherwise, no. Pretty sure that's how it works. Can I compile yet? Working space? The fuck is that? Oh. So you can be in model space. I think I would force you into world space if you don't have this, or to do loveful type. This is not a model. Now at this point, that gets that transform, that gets that position. This looks okay. That's the panel. 97. The select index. Okay, so this is going to be the same kind of thing here. You go through all the models in this specific asset type, and you would say something like if level model type I'm just gonna leave it like this so it doesn't become gigantic. Is that fine? Yeah. Model. No need to dereference. I think. Oh, but there probably is. Yeah, things are gonna go bad. I wonder if I might just have to spend a few days cleaning this level editor up. I'm not sure. Like, this is comparing pointers. That's definitely not right. I could just dereference. Technically, this would work. This would maybe work. I could do the same thing. So in my model, when I compare these, it compares the geometry and the uniforms. Comparing the uniforms is comparing the pointers of the uniforms. I'm not sure that's right. I would say that's wrong. I think it should just compare. It's weird. It's hard to say because the concept from the start is incorrect. You would never have two exactly similar models. I'll basically do the same for now, though. Compare geometry, compare uniforms. There are lots of other things that compare models that should not be, though. Model is not a member model. Oh, yes, you're right. Whoops. Panel 692. What did I U32? Okay, it doesn't matter. What is it complaining about? Oh, because this is set selected asset. Okay, I can make that work. Adding this instance model concept is becoming a horrible pain in my ass. It's actually, though, I understand why. The way this should actually work is every single thing in the level editor should be an instance model. And it should be resolved to being instanced or not instanced when you export. That's how it should work. But that is not how it does work. So that may be what I have to change to like unfuck my level editor when none of this stuff I'm writing works as I expect. Oh wait, it's model.model.dereference. Like, see, this is it's so bad. Model instance dereference. Level model instance dereference. Okay, what's next? I just want to kind of get it working though, at least. Translate get space matrix, so that's true. Wonder where this function is. Ooh. The only two things I bet to call this are these two. Yeah, so this can just be a model pointer, and now this is not even an issue. $52 models on a member model. Yeah, you're right. Instance is not a member of a level model type. It's instanced model. Name is not a member of level model. I think we're almost done. Yeah, so this is actually exporting the scene now. So I haven't completely thought about how I want this to work. The most relevant file being level types. Where is that? Here it is. So this is an anonymous struct, so that's fine, I think. Level model type. I'll do the same. I can't have a union actually. Yeah, if I have a union, I'm not allowed to export. Uh-oh. If I have a union, I cannot serialize it. So, what do I even do? This is why everything technically should be... like... I'm gonna do it in the export scene at least, yeah. These are my models, and then I'll have like instances. I'll just have it be anonymous again. So the concept is, this is a model index, and this is a position, rotation, and scale. So all this goes away. The textures, the properties, the geometry, the name all stays here. Okay. So things that are not instance will have a single one of these. Okay. Scene exporter. I maybe want to do this. I can just get the name. This is fine. If complete. I think this should work. They should both have a name, pretty sure. Okay, well. I guess this will go into the respective if statements. They do also both have geometries, though. I'm gonna do the export not totally optimally. Oh, wait. Instead of having instances down here, I could have instances here. That's probably fine. I don't see a problem with this, I don't think. Okay. Then I do uniforms. That's just keeping that code for now. I don't know why this would be here, actually. Okay, so properties. Create export data inside your export scene of your texture indices. I think this has to happen first. That's why this has to be down here. So properties can be here, but I'm gonna put this up here. So I'll say this is my instance array add into model entry instances. So the instance position rotation scale becomes this stuff. And now for all of my instances, what should I call this? Instance entry. I guess I'll match up the naming. My instances though are basically matrix 4s. It's a little bit awkward to do this. And I don't like that this has to happen actually. This might actually affect the game. Because decomposing a matrix 4 is not super accurate. Components? Yeah, like, I'm not even 100% sure this is correct. Position rotation scale. Decompose instance model, I think is how this will work. I'll call it the right things. Position rotation scale. So that's how the instance model works. Okay, things might just work. Saw a case statement inside block belong to if. Whoops. Asset panel 58. Man, I just want this to compile. Delete asset. So this is trying to delete an asset model. So this method, I'm pretty sure, should accept it's a level model. Okay, I no longer know. Asset list. Models. So what is that? Is that down here? Asset list. I would think it would be an asset model. What did it say exactly? Type given asset model. One in the model, one of the, okay. Yeah. I'm not such a fan of this. The level editor almost is not even important, by the way. I can almost fit all the data I need inside my GLB. But I shouldn't. Why is it a level model, not an asset model? this. Back from my slumber. Hey. Just changing lots and lots and lots and lots of code. Unfortunately. That's what we're at. So I can check this. If it's an instance model and instanced matches instance, so similarly, if it's a model, like I want to get this working because I'm almost done with it, but then I might legitimately consider going back through and restructuring everything to work with instance models instead and resolve non-instanced instances on export. It would make all the code, if I do that, so much cleaner. Definitely that is the correct way to do it. I can free this guy, which probably doesn't work. Okay, and then order me by, yeah, like unadded, bro. Polymorphism done right. I see lots of type checks. Oh man, I'm so sad. Second day, and still failing to meet shadow mapping from directional light. Understand it's right to a frame buffer, but somehow nothing works. If you can be more specific with your error, I can probably help you. No, there's no polymorphism with this. It's not really polymorphic because everything has to be organized in data structures that I have like complete control over. I mean, some things I guess are polymorphic just in the sense that they have like method overloaded methods, but that's it. I don't even know. That probably doesn't count. Okay, 10. Where am I? So 9 now. Do not match possible overload. Asset swap 10. Array copy. Loaded assets. Like, what the fuck is... I see what this is. Okay. I kind of don't want this method, to be honest. False. This is no longer supported. Remake your file. Fuck future me. I think my brain is fried as I've been learning graphics intensively for the past month. I'm really stuck in implementing shadows. I guess this is something I'll have to learn on my own. Do you think I'll make it? Yeah, I say just find a tutorial and follow it very closely until it works, and then reorganize the code step by step into what you want, being sure that nothing breaks. Kuchi, don't talk to Kuchi like that, yeah. 14. This one is gonna be fucking annoying also. I think this is an asset model. Oh, something I didn't consider. This should have an AABB. This should have an AABB only when it's not dynamic. So I'm actually going to copy it from here. This is going to be kind of disgusting. There's a calculate AAB map. Where the fuck is... Oh, maybe it's in geometry. Oh, it's in geometry. If it's in geometry... I can still make it work. Does this have an AABB then? I guess it has a get AABB. Okay, I can do that. I don't need an AABB. Like, okay, this will be reasonable actually. You just won't ever want to run this method if you're actually doing stuff fast. And only for model matrix GPU. I have quite a lot of experience with 2D, but Diablo 3 is another beast. Would you say 2.5 games like StarCraft 1, Dota 2 can be good if done correctly with high res textures and high quality models, or is 2D dead after all? It's 2024. I think realistically, if you want to do a 2.5D game, if you want to make a good 2.5D game, it's actually basically not different than a 3D game. Especially if you're doing it yourself. I think the only thing that's really different is the game logic. And like physics and stuff. That's all. For instance, model instances. Transform. I can actually say, yeah, how the fuck would I do this? This is the geometry AABB. Okay, then I have my normal AABB, actually, so if I think I can just say this. If there's no instances, return nothing, basically. Okay, now I can assume there are instances. So this guy is a transform AABB of the model instances 0 model and the geometry ABB. Okay. Now, for you starting at 1, going through all the instances, I will merge them. Is this how this works? Let me check. ABB stuff. There's a merge method. Is it just called merge? There's so many ABB. It's just called merge. So you merge this with another transform ABB of model instances I model, which is a model matrix, and geometry ABB. So there we go. I merged them. So just return that. Okay. Actually, this probably is okay. This probably works. Believe it or not. Also, if I 3 in mind. Yeah. Okay. So what was I doing here? I was getting the AABB from the geometry. So this why? I don't think that's what I want to do. Like, this doesn't take anything into consideration with the models transform. I think nothing really does in my game, actually. A lot of things do. Okay, so I'm just gonna... Yeah, this will work. Go through all the models. I guess I will do another if complete. Assert false. So if you haven't set it, ABB is get ABB of the model. Otherwise, merge. Probably this is okay. instanced. So now the rest of the stuff is basically okay. It's all just based off the AABB, it seems like. This is not okay now. Holy shit, this is complicated actually. Why the fuck does this happen? Jesus. So this is like pushing the scene around based on the model stuff. Based on the model vertices. Wait, you guys try Poke Rogue? I don't know what that is. Well, 3D are pretty shadows lights. 2D, you have to go back with static shadows. Let's say a city builder 3.50, you can only go so far because shadows. Yeah, that's what I mean by. Let me finish reading. Hey, the bot worked. That's what I mean by if you wanted to make a good 2D game or 2.5D game, it's basically 3D. Like I think realistically, you might not want a legitimate casted shadows, but like 80% of the like how shadow mapping technology stuff works, you would want in your game. It's just more information to work with. Like you would want shadows, you would probably have like layers of parallax or something going on, and you would have shadows casting either from the top or the bottom or the side, and you would use that information to like light your scene in dynamic ways. Like, you know, it's complicated. It's making it a lot more complicated, but like it'd be an actually good looking 2D game. I don't really know what to do about this. I have a really smart idea. Oh boy. Let's try this real quick. This might be fucking genius. I thought I had a get vertices method. It's probably only in geometry. But that method, the problem with it is it creates an array and returns to you that array. So I will have a get vertices of a model pointer. What did I call this for like? I'll call it model vertices. That's all it does, I think. And then this returns a model vertices, and then you have a for expansion. Ooh. Okay, I forgot how to do this. It's in my utilities file, I do this already. Yes. I'm gonna copy all this. This isn't really at all what I want, but it's not that far off. Cannot reverse. Just do this. Could you this more, man? I wish I had half of your brain. I thought it was smart guy for getting the graphics square, not anymore now. It just takes a long time to learn everything. Hey, thanks for the follow, man. You just gotta, like, I go through phases where I will not want to work, but I'll continue forcing myself to work, and then I'll go through phases where I work like 12 hours a day for months. So I think I've just worked a lot. I probably have so many thousands of hours doing programming and game programming. Okay, so now I'm creating my for expansion. I basically want this code. Get the stride of the wrapper model geometry. and I want to loop through the vertices, and wow, this is way more complicated than it needs to be actually. Okay, so I will say the actual vertex count is wrapper model geometry vertices count over stride. So every vertex has stride number of floats is how this works. Okay, so now I'm going through all of my vertices, and then I guess get vertices, get, what should I call this? Get positions, get vertices. Get positions. I think get vertices is reasonable. I will assert at this method that model geometry attributes 0 is a position attribute. I guess I'll have two asserts here. Okay, so your very first attribute is expected to be a position attribute. That's fair. Going through all the vertices. Position is not that easy. Maybe it is. Wrapper model, I should probably say like that, and then also transform is wrapper model get transform. I promise this will make the code more simple when I'm done with it. So here's my transform of my model. Now I have my geometry. Vertices I times stride. Okay, let me think about this. Pretty sure that's right, actually. +1, +2. Now you transform this point by some transform matrix and the position. Okay. Pointer is... Holy shit, pointer is actually reasonable to do in this situation. Oh my, wait, it is. Okay, let's do this another way then. If I want it to be able to be a pointer, position, if flags, and pointer. This is, everything I'm doing today is like ridiculously complicated and I fucking hate it. You take this thing's data pointer, which is a float, plus I times stride, which puts you at the correct vector, and that's it actually. Yeah. We're done. Wait, no, we're not done because, oh fuck. Okay, you know what? You're not allowed to request a pointer because the purpose of this is to look back up the data. So it would be really weird. Wait, if assert if not flags pointer. Yeah, that's right, I think. Yeah, this would be really weird. So it's not a pointer. So you know what? I'll keep it like this because I want to transform it by this transformation matrix. That's kind of the whole point. I want the world position of these vertices without allocating an array for every single time I do this. I think this can also... So backtick iterator can be set to the transform point. Index can be set to I. This is like the number of index something. It doesn't matter. Apparently I have to declare it this way. And that's it. Actually, I'm done. That's it. What is stride? I'm looking for stride is for the attributes of my geometry. A given model can have multiple attributes, right? Like a position, a normal, a texture coordinate, and whatever else you want to add in there. You can do anything you want. So the stride is basically the number of floats per vertex. So that's why in order to get the actual vertex count, you get this is a float array. So you get the number of floats divided by the number of floats per vertex. That gives you the number of vertices. So I think this will work actually. But I'm not quite done because the reason I did it this way is I didn't want to this guy yeah. Instance model of the fuck is it called? A model matrix GPU. Instanced model vertices. This guy in particular can have a ton of vertices. I do not want to allocate that array because he's an instance model. So that's why I'm doing it in this way where this does not allocate anything. It just encapsulates the logic to loop. So you'll see how this is used in a second. It's going to be pretty nice, I think. Wrapper, model, geometry, get the transform. That's not how this one works. Okay. This can go here. Go through all the instances. Transform is actually just instance model. So that's all you do. Although geometry, vertex, count, I can do this here even. And this guy, I guess, it's kind of meaningless. I don't know what I'd ever use this for, but I have the opportunity to set it, so... Instance index. It would be geometry vertex count times instance index plus I. Yeah, and this multiplies this by the instance transform. This looks okay. All right. Back to this guy. Holy fuck, that was complicated. So now, if you don't have a model, so this is kind of meaningless. I can't really do this in either way that I could do both in this same loop. So as far as I know, I guess I go back to this. I feel like I'm wasting so much time. Maybe I should just start rewriting the level editor instead of doing this. I don't know. So you're about to see how this is going to work. So this should never happen. Okay. This is how it works. You say for vertex, get vertices, model. So this, I know it's a model. And that's all I do. That encapsulates like all this stuff. And so vertex pointer, that doesn't have to happen. Bottom P, right P, right normal. Okay, this is setting it to the center AABB, so that's okay. Yeah, so all this goes into here. if the vertex minus left p dot product left normal, so it's going in the direction of left normal, you set it and change the plane. And this is the exact same code now. Look how nice that is. Model instanced. And all that goes away. That should work without allocating a giant block of stuff and without having to write two different functions for instance models versus regular models. Okay. Is there just anything else broken? That actually might be it. So this is going through the models, which is asset models. I will have another probably okay. The SDF generator is going to have a similar issue. Actually, the exact same issue? This one at least transforms the point. I don't know what the fuck this one was doing since it never transformed the point. But my own code transforms the point that I just wrote. So, get the vertices of the... That's not it. If complete. I am really itching to rewrite this now. Because even once this is working, I already know of some bugs that exist from this stuff I just wrote. Is this how I did it? Model? Yes, okay, good. So basically the same stuff, although you don't have to transform the point anymore. It's already transformed. This is a lot of code this time though. I could squish it together. If you've not set first, set all this stuff to vertex actually is the right name now. Okay. Model instanced. Going through all the vertices for all the stuff in the game that exists. Boom. Probably basically just done, except doesn't it have to render stuff? I was actually literally drawing the pixels itself. That's crazy. That's not how it should work. Well, that's actually fine that it works that way. It's just it should not pack the float. Okay. But it works right now, so I'm going to leave it. Placement tool. I don't know what to do about that. See, like, this should actually never happen, though, by the way. But it does sometimes. So just return, and actually, you don't get to exist anymore. You don't even have to return. Thanks for the follow. Check out, whoops, Fat Goblins on Steam. Scene exporter. I thought I fixed this file. Position is not a member of level model. Yeah. That. Unknown is not a member. What? I typed unknown so many times. What the fuck is it? Is it level types? Where does this exist? I don't remember. None. It's none. Should it be unknown or none? Level model type none. None is fine. Okay. include, hopefully, this. That all looks okay. Yeah, it's replaced. Uniforms is not a member of level model. That's also correct. Yeah. I think I'm gonna rip the uniforms out. So I'll have my uniforms. This might be the best way to do this. Model uniforms. Model instanced uniforms. So now, uniform. Good naming. Panel 358. Jesus, man. Fucking garbage level editor. This is an asset model. That should work, actually. It's just that maybe it's not a pointer. I don't know. Asset list models. It's probably not a pointer. And in fact, this doesn't need to be a pointer. I think that's the problem. The rest of it, I don't really care about. Okay, that did fix it. Destroy model. Also reasonable. Well, again, case model case. I'm not sure you can destroy an instance model. I guess I could add that. If you can, it should be like here. How does this guy work? Does it free it? Yes. Basically, it works the same. I don't care about the type. If you're destroying children, destroy the geometry, destroy the uniforms, free the name, free the model. And also, though, uniquely... Wait. Shouldn't this be destroying, like... Oh. Also, it has to do a little bit of what the geometry does, because this guy has its own GPU buffers. So yeah, it's basically this. If you have your vertex array object, then destroy your EBO, VBO, and your particle VBO. VAO, VBO, EBO. VBO, okay. And then attributes and instances. Okay, now you can destroy this. Let me out of this hell, please. Scene info 82. I severely underestimated how easy or how hard it would be to add instance models into my level editor. What the fuck does this even take? God. A model or an instance model. It has to be one of the two. So when you load your scene, I'm losing it, man. There's so much stuff to change. It feels useless. And in fact, the level editor could be so incredibly simple if I just don't let you move things around, which you don't do now anyways. Okay, whatever. Like, this doesn't even make sense anymore. The fuck am I supposed to do? So this actually has the position, rotation, and scale of this stuff. So, oh no. It actually doesn't make sense. You know, the thing that would make the most sense that I'm not going to do would be to have this be the exact same struct as what gets exported from the level editor. Actually, I'm not sure if that makes sense, but anyways, instances. Woo! I'm wondering if I should redo it. There's so many weird things happening now. Like, I could do this all myself. Just redo it. And a lot of this stuff would be able to be reused. How long would it take me to redo the level editor? I really just need the game to work, to be honest. Like, level editor aside, is this even the right way to go about it? Even when I get this working and I export this, yeah. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna leave the level. Okay, I don't even know. I really don't want to leave the level editor like this either, but it's... I guarantee even after I get this compiling, I already know of a bunch of errors. There's gonna be a bunch more. And so it would take me probably realistically like 4 or 5 days, I think, to fix everything perfectly. And I have to finish the Tokyo Game Show video application in... Well, I have to start it in 10 days. So that's... Okay, so that's one thing to consider here. The other thing to consider is that the level editor doesn't even do much at all. I could actually basically automate the entire process. Also probably using Blender properties. So that's what I'm gonna do. Just fuck the whole level editor. This would maybe even make my life like vastly easier. Okay. Fix the level editor so that everything works with instanced models and non-instance models gets resolved at export time. Thanks for the follow. Okay, I'm gonna... So this won't take me long, actually. So, I mean, this will. Since I'm not touching the level editor anymore, in fact, yeah. Let me push what I have. Look at all these many changes. Okay, completely broken level editor in the middle of adding instanced models. I need to make everything an instance model and resolve instances at export time. Push. Broken level editor, push. So LFS objects. Whatever. This, doing it without the level editor will not be hard. I'm just gonna have to set up the data correctly. This will be very easy. So before I do this, I'm gonna go grab a snack real quick and I'll be right back.
Work, work.
Hey, I'm back. Yes, I am using Jai for my game. Oh yeah, I didn't add anything to do list today. Whoops. Task add. What's the task today? So I will be load the level through just GLB. That I think I can get done in like 1 hour, and I'll probably stream like 1 more hour. So make lighting work with all GLB lights. There's an official page for the Jiling or something. Not an official page. There is a like community wiki. There's a couple different community wikis. You could probably just find them on GitHub by searching. One of them is very outdated, needs to be removed. There's like 3 that I know of. Okay, so goodbye, level editor. I'll go back to you another day. Here's what has to happen. Custom properties, I think, is what I need. Or, yeah, custom properties might be best. New property, okay. Type, string. Property name, I don't know. Shader. Default value, don't know what that means. Water. Huh? Why does it say 1.0? Are you using a game engine? By the way, sorry for all the questions. I saw you doing a remake of Fat Princess. Huge fan. I played a lot in my childhood. Nice, thanks. Yeah, I don't mind questions. I wrote my own game engine, so I have my own graphics library, and I have my own data block. What is that? That's not what I want. And I have my own physics engine as well, and stuff like that. Oh, you got an ad. Okay, I'll wait. This guy, that looks okay. I don't know why it says fucking 1.0. Like, also, this is stupid that this is like this, by the way. Because water edge, okay. This is water. This is waterfall. Water, waterfall. Okay, so all of these. Can I just, okay. I separate these. Separate this selection. So this actually does not need to be a waterfall. It's a water. And it also doesn't need water edge. Oh wait, yes it does. Go back, I'm sorry. Okay, so like this guy is water edge, this guy is water, okay. Yeah, you back from the ad? Yeah, no water. No water edge. Yeah, I did, the physics is done myself, graphics library is done myself. I'm using a somewhat low level socket kind of TCP WebSocket library thing that might change in the future. So yeah. Okay. Part of the problem with this, all of these trees. You did everything from scratch? Yeah, yeah, what language? Yeah, Jai. Jai is correct. You got it. Property. I don't know what to call this. A Boolean property name. Like it doesn't matter. I'm just trying to label this. So, well, actually, no. It should be a string. And it should be called resource and tree. So did both of these get that value? Nope. Not only did both of them, wait. This one got no values. This one got a float. Okay, so you can't change all the trees at once, but in no fucking way do I plan to go through and click every single tree. So, Can I copy this? Uh-oh. Wait, this is custom material properties. That's not what I want. Sorry, go away. Did I change that? Is that the wrong thing then? This is custom properties, custom properties. Okay, that's all correct. So let's try custom actual properties of multiple things at once. Probably still not going to work. String resource tree. Wait, I didn't save it, right? That's the problem? Okay. Resource tree. Whoops. Okay, did it work for both of them? Nope, just that one. Oh, man. And all the duplicate instances of this tree, like this, did work, actually. Okay, that's not bad. I only have to change like 5 trees then. I'll do that. Resource tree. Apparently you're a duplicate. So are you. So are you. Wait, do I only have 2 types of trees? I was not aware of that. Cool. Oh, there's a new type of tree. Is it though? That looks very similar to this tree. You only have 2 instances? That doesn't sound right if you ask me. In fact, I'm pretty sure these 2 trees are the same. Yes, they are. But this guy has 18 instances. I said earlier, use TCP for multiplayer, right? Yeah, I use WebSocket library for multiplayer right now. I might change in the future, but it needs my game needs to work with web. And like WebSockets are not that bad. It's just TCP. Make instance select duplicates. Why does it need to work with web? Because my game is going to have a web client. That is why. What happens if I run this? Hey, it did work. Look at that. So I will make these instances. However, I want to deselect all of these. These middle ones will be their own instances. Whoops, I just selected lots of things. Fucking Blender, man. Yeah, my game's gonna have a web client because I'm very worried about the population of an indie multiplayer game. So that's why. So I selected duplicates, make instance. It's just gonna break. Hey, I think it worked. 27, nice. Custom properties. String. Resource tree. There we go. Now all of these things should share that property. Woo! Now I want to select them again though. Select duplicates. The population. Are you afraid you're not going to have enough players otherwise? Yeah, that's right. Oh, my computer froze for a second. That's right. Indie multiplayer games are known to not do well, but that's really all I'm interested in making. because I'm making it in Jai from scratch, it's not that hard to add a very high performance WebAssembly version of the game. I have a lot of control over everything. Okay, here is this. That can... Don't know what to do about you. Okay, you can get rendered also, that's fine. You're part of the middle. So let's make you instanced. Looks like it worked. Now we'll add data, but I'm surprised to see the data is already there magically. Okay, that's a little bit concerning. I don't know how that happened. 32. 32 also doesn't sound like the right number at all. Hang on a second. What? This is 27. Like if I grab this guy, something's not right. Uh-oh. Is Jai is very performant? Jai is basically just C. Yeah, it's C performance. No, yeah, that's right. Okay, this is very concerning and not right. In no fucking way should there be 27 instances. I don't think this make instance method works. Let me try again. I'm just curious what happens here. Select duplicates, select. Like, okay, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. So it's like 32, yeah. 27 maybe. If I make instance now, it did make it 32. That doesn't seem that wrong. Make instance duplicates of selected objects, I think. Well, at least I was worried 32 doesn't sound like the right number. Can I just... How does it work? Shift control. Okay, yes, that's how it works, but over here. Now I want to make only these guys instanced. Please work. Did not work. Still 32. Okay, let's go back. I do have like a primary object selected or whatever. Why doesn't this work? I think it doesn't work because it's already an instance, actually. So I can fix that. Okay, I can fix that. So I have my primary object. The best way to do it would probably say object obj. You say copy or something, right? Oh, I just saved. That's probably not it. Let me look it up. Hang on. Actually, I do it somewhere else. This. Primary object data is primary object data copy, and then you make all these instances. This might just work. 12, that sounds right. Woo! So now if I go into edit mode and just grab a bunch of these, yeah, only the center ones move. Very good. Check these guys. 9, that's probably okay. 18, 9, 3. Questionable. I need to check that all this data still exists. So this guy's missing data now. That's kind of expected. Resource tree. If I actually miss any resources, the result will be I can't chop them down. So it will be easy to find. I'll just have to go around chopping down every tree in the map, which is okay. All right, now this guy. Resource. Crystal. These are not instances. Actually, they are all unique as far as I can tell. Okay. All right, these all have their things. Technically these have to be labeled. I guess I'll add something. What would I even call this? So also just, this might have to change in the future, but building outposts. Building outpost and last outpost. Okay. I don't know if these should stay here. No, these need to get removed, but I'll do this next. Those aren't getting removed yet. Let me save. What else am I forgetting? Do these things have data? Yes, that one does. That one does. Yes, yes. I'm forgetting this guy. Oh. That's a little bit tricky. So the implication of this having multiple materials, Atlas and Water Fountain, is actually the material has to have the custom property for shader. So this is a shader, water. And now this, yeah, see, this is not right. I should have realized this sooner. Because this guy gets exported into two different objects where you have your water, which actually, it's weird this has a different material, but you know, I am gonna rename it. Okay, fine. This is water fountain. Water fountain. Or water underscore fountain. It probably shouldn't even be called that. But oh well. shader, water. And then water edge. So this has a custom property. Shader string water edge. Fine with me. Waterfall. Don't know if that's one word or 2 words. Probably 1 word. Waterfall, that has waterfall now. So does this have waterfall? Okay. And other stuff needs shaders. So this, that doesn't need a shader, that's just Atlas. Grass trim. Okay, so grass material needs a shader called grass. Grass trim, this is a little bit more complicated. It has a normal map and it does not. That's not right. I don't know what the fuck this is, but this is why it's more complicated. It has an alpha clipping. Pretty sure in the script, not scripting, nodes, shading nodes. Grass trim, okay. Kind of want to be in a position to look at it. You can probably, how do you do it? Click, and then you say camera to cursor, view to cursor. Zoom in, okay. So part of the thing is, I sent the artist a new file. I don't think he ever uploaded it, so I'm gonna upload it. Let me go find it. Keybind is the key on the numpad to the right numpad 0. I do not have a numpad. Unlucky for me. So this, where should I put this? This can go in raw grass trim. Okay, so now let me go to UV editing, select grass trim 002, and I want to replace this image. Can't replace? Wait, why? Replace current image, huh? Reload and then replace? What? Maybe because I have stuff selected. Let's just deselect, go to this. Nope. Why would it not let me replace it? I can open, but that's not the same thing. Okay. I will just open my new image, I guess. So it's now called grass trim. How do I get rid of grass trim too? Yeah, that didn't do it. Image, delete somehow. Just delete it, please. I don't know. Well, it doesn't really matter. What is this using? Grass trim, okay. It is replaced. Both exist in Blender, but this is the only one being used in this material, so it's fine, I guess. So you multiply it together. Yes, correct. There's no shadow, so in fact, all that can go away. There is a norm. No, there's not. He just made it face straight up. Interesting. Or tangent based, so it actually does nothing. I don't know why that's there, but it doesn't matter. So see, the thing is, I could try exporting this. I think the way Blender exports stuff is it doesn't take into consideration the shader at all, which is like kind of reasonable. So it's just going to export with the grass trim texture. And so I have to find a way to give this guy the other texture. I'll call it grass texture. Okay, wait, what the fuck? It won't let, I thought by choosing data block texture, it would let me choose. Okay. Apparently I don't know how this works. Apparently unpack the image before you can replace it. Ah. Didn't know that. Well, oh well. I really do want to give this, okay, so I want to give it a data block ID type texture description. Data block ID type texture. Let me try to search this real quick. In Blender, when adding custom properties to a material, give it ID type, if I give it a data block with ID type texture, how can I set the texture? You essentially create a link to that type of Blender object. However, Blender standard interface for custom properties doesn't directly allow you to assign non-primitive types like object or textures. This limitation means you can't directly assign a texture to a custom property. However, you can achieve this functionality through scripting. I'm not going to do that. I'm pretty sure there's other ways to solve this problem. Okay. Let me experiment with this for a minute here. This is a mix shader. It doesn't have to be anything that complicated. Maybe. You know what? Let me just try this. I think. Base color is a multiply of a vector, though. Can I choose image? That might help if I can do that. Input. Okay, no, it's a vector because it's the color from the image. I will try this. There's the image there. There's a chance this exports both materials. That might work. So this might be done. Let's see. I'm not going to worry too much about this, but this texture is the atlas of these white textures that move as you capture the outpost. So these have to be linked back to my object, which I guess they kind of are by inherently by being materials in that object. But also then, I guess I can do this now then. I'll give this a property, also string of shader outpost color, outpost. Sure. Let's do this to all of these now with their own unique materials. There we go. That should do it. Am I missing anything? Yes, I think for waterfall I might be. No, I think waterfall gets set in the code. Okay. Time to try to import this. So let's go ahead and export again. I'm going to export both GLB. I need to be sure I apply modifiers. Export vertex colors with meshes. Nothing should have vertex colors, but sure. Also, I don't think anything has a normal map anymore either. Okay, so I don't technically need tangents. Export everything, Y up, okay. GLB. Now export GLTF because apply modifiers. I want to be able to read the JSON myself. How loud is my Chex Mix? All right, this should be so incredibly easy compared to what I was doing. Huh? Raw ignored. Oh, and editing because I'm working on it. Okay. This, come with me. Copy. I'm actually looking forward to doing this. The level editor stuff would have taken like 4 days, and I would have wanted to end everything. Fat Goblins source. Where should this go? So this goes in assets. I guess I can now have a maps thing, which is different. So the thing is, this has textures included, which is technically not allowed, but it's okay because here's what's going to happen. If it's the grass map, load the scene of assets, maps, grass. GOB, look at that. Whoa, what the heck? And then assert false. Fix this. Good luck, future me. It takes a scene. What? Why does this one take a string? Oh, that's in the editor. Thought I actually did exit out of the editor. It's not even here anymore. What? It's still indexed, I guess? That's very odd. It's giving me the absolute path. Yeah, like fucking what? Okay, anyways. Is there a way in VS Code to like refresh or clear your index cache? File index cache. Clear editor history? Whatever then. I want my editor history. Okay, this whole thing changes now, but in a good way. We like this. Everyone's happy. In fact, I would be better off removing everything, so I will basically do that. Come with me. Yeah, I still will need this. I'm gonna leave this so it can fix, and I can't compile. And I'll reference this as I go. Models, instanced models, success. Path. Cert success. Could not load scene. Okay, if not, I wish, this is a Jai thing I wish could happen. I wish in assert you could format your string. Because I don't want to t-print like this, because it will t-print every time it runs this assert function, which is technically consuming temporary memory. Yeah. But I do want to be able to format my string. And so I wish you could pass in, I guess I can make it myself actually. But I'm not going to right now, I'm not getting distracted. Okay, so this is what I do instead. If not success, then tprint. Print the path. So okay. The instance models are fine. They're instanced. They exist as they exist, as individual draw calls. The models are not okay because what happens is the GLB file, GLTF format, splits up your models as it should by material. So every material is a draw call. And not only that, every instance of that material is a draw call. So like this building's a draw call, this building's a draw call, this little bench is a draw call. So what I will do is say, how would I do this? Okay, this whole thing has to be serialized. Hang on. My neck hurts. Load serialized is a function I think I have. Serialized structure. This should work for this. Serialized path is path. How would I do this? It is a fixed string of 1024 or something like that. And then what all does this function, what all can I do? I guess I can make it with a string and a size. That'd be better, right? Create fixed string of path of size 1024. And then I need the last index of, which is probably a function. Last character index. So extension index, serialized path dot. Does it take a string or probably a char, right? Okay. Char does not necessarily return a U8, by the way, but oh well. So you can share the last character index, and then you delete after. Yes, index plus 1. Okay. And then you write, I haven't used this file in quite a while. Append. Can I append a string? Kinda. Yes. Nice. Dot. I mean, before I called it fat x, it'll be fat export. Or could it be fat? Fat, that's our level format now. I didn't think I'd be rewriting my level format code today. So here we go, let's check this. Third slumber, what was this slumber? I can say temp string of, this has to be a pointer because it's a fixed array, serialized path. Okay. So now when I load serialized, yeah, my VS Code is kind of lagging. I kind of do need to clear the cache. Clear history. Let's see if this works. Recently opened editors. This action is irreversible. No, I'm scared. Never mind. So, serialized structure. I can read. Load serialize. Yeah, this is what I need. Load serialize. You give it a serialized pass. You give it hash files and a fallback. And reuse memory. True. So you get a temp string of serialized path. And then you get hash files is path. Should be all I have to do. And then my fallback actually gives me my T, which that part is kind of hard to deal with. It gives me a T. So I guess I have to construct my own fat level or something. So it'll give me a fat level. Probably a pointer. And reuse memory is true, so it loads fast as fuck. Okay. So I can make this work, yeah. This is if it failed. Let me go ahead and start with this one first. So there's gonna be models and instance models, and they will be mixed. They will be mixed, I think. Yes, they will be mixed. Renderables. So this is not that far off from my other thing. So actually, this is a geometries. Like this. Okay, that's reasonable. And now each renderables references this. Can I do this? Type is an enum. Can I anonymous enum something, maybe? Model, instance model. This is, okay, sure. Lights actually is another thing, by the way. Lights. Okay, do. I just heard a really loud noise in my house. I should go check. Directional lights. This one is, that does have additional information. Direction, so I'll call it sunlights. Vector 3. Color, vector 4 maybe? Shadow, Boolean. Point lights. Position. There's no direction. There is a color, maybe a vector 4. I don't know. There is a radius, I think. What even is there? Hang on. There's a power. There's a radius, which is 0 for probably everything. So power is what I would consider radius, so... And shadow. Sunlights, point lights, renderables. So this is the type, and then it's geometry, which is an integer, which is an index. And then I think when I have my instances, I don't think I care if it's instance or not when I'm loading the data. No, but I already have that information, so I will do it like this. This will be a vector 3 matrix. What do I do? Yeah. This is a good reason to do it that way. Okay. Model transform is a matrix for instant transforms. Actually, this is the matrix for. This is a position, rotation, scale. Shader is a string. Okay, let me check what that noise was then. I'll be right back real quick. I'm back. So what other properties do I have? Some instanced things can be resources. I'm not going to do that yet. The other thing is textures. I think images are not pointers, which arguably they should be. I wish there was this big, bulky book that would teach me all the game dev terminology. So it come ones that same way we have book after book that explains, I don't know, MVC and React State Management. Yeah, I mean, I think the difference is game dev is just low level game dev is just way less accessible to people. I don't know, because it's hard actually. React and stuff is brain dead. And so I think just not as many people do it. Like, also, you're like 10 years too late because when people used to make games, especially indie game devs, a lot of the time they would not use engines. Nowadays, like Unity became so popular, I feel like maybe 10 years ago. I'm not sure, but maybe that. And Unity, Unreal, whatever. Now it's like a super hobby thing. And as a result, like you used to be able to search something like, I don't know, ground fog shader tutorial or something, and it would show you how to do like the OpenGL and GLSO. And now if you search that, you get like nothing related to it at all. So kind of what you have to do now is search like Unity ground fog shader tutorial, and you'll learn how to make it in Unity, and then you can apply that to OpenGL. Like the OpenGL stuff for specific examples almost doesn't exist anymore because like I guess the search priority of it has just been deleted. Yeah. So I don't know how to do these textures. Diffuse texture will be an integer. I don't think there's a normal texture. there can be a occlusion texture, I guess. Wait. There's more to it than this. Oh no, this is okay. Shader, okay. We'll try this. This will be our starting. I'm just not sure about these. Hang on. I'm not sure about this diffuse and occlusion texture. Like, occlusion texture, I actually don't know if it should exist in this way. I'll try it. It's really specific. It's really specific, and so including it here doesn't make sense, but the other implication of that is including this here doesn't make sense either, so I would need something more generic and like globally acceptable for texture management, but this is supposed to be a simple thing. This is realistically probably how the game is going to work forever now, by the way. Almost in no way is the level editor getting fixed, actually. Okay. I think I do need a AABB. That can be baked. All right. This stuff can also be made generic later. Level models. Level models, level instanced models. Sure. Wait, should you affect the lever struct? Need to pay attention. Yes. I'm not. Yeah, kinda. I'm basically redoing the level editor correctly would take me like 4 days, and I only have 10 days left to work on the code before the Tokyo Game Show video. So instead, this is just going to be how it is forever. I think I'm instead making it so that I'm just actually using Blender as a level editor, and it's going to get loaded dynamically. Yep. I want to check one thing though. In my assets, maps, okay, not this. In my raw ignored editing maps, GLTF. Where is this file? I want to see how the custom properties get exposed. I care a lot about that for this. So something in here should be called shader. Okay, that's not good. Maybe there's an export, and it couldn't be. I don't think it could be in the binary data. No, that would. Like, so it references the materials. Let me go look at materials. The materials is what has. Where the fuck? Extension stuff. I don't know why these extensions are used. Okay, hurry up. One of those was double-sided. That's odd. Yeah, usually when I'm making games I don't have level editors, I try... Like, level editors for indie devs is actually one of the biggest... the biggest thing that will hold you back in general. Because, like... Or from scratch indie devs... Game engines have pretty good level editors. Making a level editor takes a long-ass time. Like, for most games that are content-driven... The level editor is like half or more of your game, realistically. Like, the level editor is the game, and then you make a bunch of logic around what it exports. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people bake the level editor into their game. I feel like keeping a well-structured, organized game is already hard. When you have to consider having the level editor be integrated with that, it becomes even harder. So it's possible, but I think you really have to know what you're doing ahead of time. Okay, anyways. Yeah, this is Atlas 1. Okay, hang on. This is very concerning to me that Atlas 1 got exported twice. What? 20 times? No, these ones are okay. I think there might legitimately be two Atlas 01s, unless they have different properties. They do, yes. Some atlas, some material that uses Atlas 1 has a base color texture of 0, while the other has a base color texture of 1. That's the problem. I don't know what that could actually mean, though, to be honest. Unless it has something to do with shading? But no, shading is this. I'm going to delete this. I don't think it'll help. That doesn't matter. Atlas 01. Number of users of this data, 22. Okay. That, I don't know. Hey, Baker's Launch. This has a normal texture. Uh-oh. I think the only thing I can think of that might have a normal texture is this. Oh, this does, doesn't it? And this. Okay, I forgot stuff has normal textures. So does this have... This has UV maps, this has... Okay. I'll mess with this next. Let me add it to my notes. I do need to export, in that case, tangents. Export tangents in my GW file. I do not know why this guy has two materials with the exact same name. Maybe there's an Atlas 01. Is there another Atlas? No. I guess I could try to see what uses these materials. That would help. Actually, yeah, let's do that. How do you check that? That would be... That references the mesh, so I have to go to meshes. Material 0. So whatever uses material 0 should have like a bunch of uses. Yeah, 1500. This one 32. Cube 173. There we go. U. Okay, what the fuck are you doing? That's so bad. I mean, it says it's one of the... What does this thing do? Fake user, save this data block even if it has no users. That seems okay. Everything seems to do that. I don't know what that means though. 22 uses of Atlas 1 image. Yeah. Wait, this is not the right. This is cube 80. What is cube 173? Oh, what the fuck? This is... It's this, the gate. Okay. It has the same name, but this one is like an object property. Still 22 uses. I might... This is not different. This is it, yeah. Tell me it's the canoe. No. I fixed that also. The way to fix it, I guess it was a Blender issue. I had to delete the layout tab and just make a new layout tab. And I saw something that said it might be toggled in your layout view, but the layout view is correct. So The canoe issue was actually, I'm pretty sure, a Blender issue. So I don't know. The only thing I can think of is that this name is different, but I don't think that matters. Like if I click here, yeah, I don't think it, well, that is UV map. That's map 1. Yeah, I don't think it matters. Cube 187? Okay, what is cube 187? Okay, it's selected. I guess I can say view to active. No act. Okay. Cursor to active. View to cursor. The fuck? This doesn't even have modifiers? It should be closest, not linear, by the way. Atlas 1 used 1,786 times. I mean, this looks right to me. Oh, you think it has to do with custom properties? Wait, why does this have a custom property? Shader outpost color. Uh-oh. That's not right. Okay, no custom property. Yes, custom property. Shit, that one is right. I think I just messed up one of the shaders. That shouldn't affect it though. No custom property. Yes.
Work, work.
Okay, this was the problem. Thanks for the follow. Wishlist Fat Goblins on Steam so the game doesn't fail. Shader outpost color. That one's fixed. That definitely will not fix my issue. So I am not certain what to do because as far as I can tell, this is the only thing that is Atlas 01. And yeah. I'll try exporting it again. It's very, maybe, like, it's possible it's a Blender issue. Actually, I have an idea. Nah, okay, yeah, let me try again. GLTF, apply modifiers, UV normals, vertex colors, export attributes. Attributes, I think, is not what I need. I need export custom properties. I don't even know if that's a thing. Okay, well, export grass GLTF. Let's go look at materials again. Atlas 01, Atlas 01. Okay, well, I can debug as I go because it gives me an index for the base color texture, so I can save all of my textures. Okay, that'll be fine. I'll just have to deduplicate them in my level manager. All right, let's continue. Anyways, I load my models, my instance models. This at the same time loads like a million textures, probably. Yeah, it does. That's not how it should work, but wonder how it should work. It's fine. I think. The other alternative is instead of loading, like basically for every model that has a texture, my code goes in and loads that texture again. So there's going to be like 1500 textures. It's going to explode my GPU. I could just change my code to load all the textures at once and then assign them. That's probably just better. The thing is, like, the real solution to this is having a texture manager thing. This is what I wrote yesterday. Also, merges models by material ID, so I don't have 1500 models anymore. Okay, so let's try this, yeah. So where does it assign the materials? It's definitely in the model code. Down here? Yes. This is not that hard to do because it gives you the material ID. Okay. So yeah, this is getting the texture from the JSON of the texture index from the buffer view. So I would say definitely this is creating a texture. So yeah, it's not hard. It's just that I'll have to say textures, which is just going to be some table of, I'll just say int to texture. I think this is also uploading them. I'm not sure. Let's have a loader. Load texture from some URI. If basically if it's GLTF, load it from some URI. If it's GLB, get it from the buffer view. And create texture. This probably does upload it. Also, this should have in it, I'll do this next also, this should have in it the like linear nearest whatever bilinear stuff that should be here. Okay, so first, defer, what do you call this table? It's a weird name. Reset. Pretty sure that's it. It might just be called reset. Okay, so does all this stuff. Doesn't need a name, but sure. Get the texture index. If texture found table find textures texture index. If not found, texture is get the texture JSON buffer views texture index label set. Set it back. At this point, I have my texture. I can just assign it here. Okay. I think JSON buffer views textures. Yeah, these point to the same things. I can reuse this same table actually. So after texture index of my normal texture, which I might have, textures found is texture index. If not found, create it and assign it. What the fuck is this? Oh, did I mess that up? No, it's still there. Cannot already have a texture, cannot already have a normal. Good. It does not support occlusion apparently, so that's interesting. So anyways, it's not going to explode with a million textures, but there's still going to be duplicates just because of that Atlas thing. now to my GLTF loader. Let's look at this. This is getting the sampler, and the sampler has the wrap S. So I want to find my GLTF sampler. Don't know what that is or where that is. Okay. Interpolation. That's a animation, that's not it. JSON sampler? Probably one of these two values. So let's go look it up. GLTF format, GLTF JSON sampler. That's not what it's called, is it? It's called samplers. Whoops. Format documentation. I want the actual, there we go, specification. Samplers, there is nearest. What? Client implementation must follow specified wrapping modes. Client implementation should follow specified filtering modes. When the latter is undefined, client implementation may set their own default texture filtering settings. Okay. So wrap. The following example defines a sampler with linear. Just give me a minute to copy this code. My browser doesn't stream. Okay, I wish it would tell me what this is though. Okay, there we go. So wrap S and wrap T is just U and V. That, and then there's mag filter and min filter, which I didn't see that. Oh, there it is. It's an integer. Okay, got it. I guess it should have a default. I think I'm allowed to do this. 0x. Well, it's not so much 0x, but I guess I want the default to be linear. That's linear. Maybe it should have a constant. I don't know. No, definitely do not need that. Okay, so there's wrap, and I will have interp, texture interp. So basically the same thing here. Or different horizontal and vertical wrap functions not currently supported. Yeah. And what is texture interp allowed to be? Linear. So how does, I think it also does potentially specify MIP map. Does it? Yes. Okay. Okay, this is going to be a little bit complicated. Just a little bit. Texture sampler, it depends on I'm only going to use the min filter. I think it's very weird to have different min filters, so actually I can maybe do a complicated assert. Min filter. So it's actually called this. If this, I'm gonna make it slightly less complicated. If texture sampler mag filter is this, and So basically, if it's nearest, if mag filter is nearest, min filter has to be nearest or nearest bitmap. How would I word this? What's the correct logic here? If this is 9728, then yeah, this is fine. If it is not also nearest, I'll just, maybe this is more simple. It's allowed to be nearest or nearest bitmap nearest, or it's allowed to be nearest bitmap linear. And I'll put this here. Assert false. Different mag and min filters are not currently supported. Guess I'll do the same thing then. Linear. I'll just say nearest. Then also it has to be linear, or it has to be linear bitmap nearest, or it has to be linear bitmap linear. Okay. Good enough. So now now that I've filtered this out, I'm only gonna look at min filter. I don't know why this other thing is using hex. So how many options do I have? I have 4 options: linear, nearest, and the two mip maps that end in linear. Okay. So starting off with nearest. And then linear. Then nearest linear. What is that called? Nearest linear. Oh, linear bitmap. Nearest bitmap. And linear. Okay. And then unknown, or not really unknown, but unhandled texture interp function, texture wrap function. And in actuality, I do want to assert here, but really it should fall back to something. And so this should just be like clamp, and this should just be linear. Okay, now when I create my texture, which is either load texture or create texture with data or a string, it takes a wrap and an interp. So I can probably just do, there we go. This is done. All right, back to my code over here. So now when I load this file, I should only have, hang on, it's slightly not right. This is based on material ID. No, it is right. This is based on material ID, and the texture lookup is based on texture index. So okay, this is fine. And then the model should get assigned to it the material ID, right? Yes. Good. think everything is good. Let's continue. So after I load these models, I actually want to basically dedupe them. Or, yeah, I'll dedupe them. I'll dedupe them later. This could cause problems. I'll write the code though. So this, you give it models, and what else? Should upload true. That's it then. That should be fine. So this merges them all by material ID. Comment that out. Now what has to happen? Let me start constructing my level. It doesn't matter the order that the geometries go into here. I can load this with should upload being false. Yeah, that's better to do. It doesn't matter the order, so I'm just gonna... Maybe I should just assume I know the order based on the data going into this thing, so... No, that's not really how it works. Okay, I can just shove stuff in here, actually. For model, index, models, stick that geometry in there, and then I will create my renderable. Renderable type. It's not great that this function, when I load this GLB file, returns two different arrays because it's out of order now. This means I can no longer order my objects in Blender, but that's okay for now. Geometry is fat level geometries count -1. That's the geometry I just created there. Model transform. Yeah, see, this would be best as a union also, but you can't serialize a union, so. Model position, rotation, scale. And I don't have much of a way to get the material name back out, actually. I'll have to think about that. So here's my model. Yeah. I guess as I do this, I also need to dedupe my texture images. So I already have a method to do that, I think, in scene export. Get index or add texture. Kind of, I want to do something similar. Okay. How will this work? I will What does it accept? It accepts an actual texture. How does that work? It creates an image from that texture. That's kind of crazy. That's pretty expensive. Okay. So I think the way I'll do this then, yeah, this is revealing like a lot of problems with my graphics library actually. I will have a textures. These do get uploaded, which they shouldn't, but oh well. And so what will happen is I'm going to go through every model and accumulate my textures that are unique based on their buffer ID. Yeah, probably right. This is such a weird way to do it. Because I know they go into uTexture0. There's probably a slightly better way, like has uniform, yeah. If array find textures, that's not exactly right. I'll have to find it myself. Model texture. I guess real quick, assert that it has, what is it? A buffer, yeah. Should have a buffer. So if it has a buffer, that's my model texture. Found is true, break, check if it exists. If it's not found, well, add it in there. Okay. So there's other stuff to check, like normal. So this is just accumulating my textures that are unique, because now the GLB loading code loads one. Yeah. I think it loads unique textures. So this will more or less work, but my actual GLB code in Blender for some reason is seemingly duplicating one of my textures. So that's what I'm going to check next. So instead of actually doing that dedupe thing, this is accumulating my textures. I'm going to be sure texture image hashes. How would this work? It can be an array. The image, I think a hash is a U32, right? Yeah. So it's basically just this. Let's go through all my textures now. Wait, that's not supposed to be there. It's supposed to be here. For each texture, whoops, I meant to copy this code. You create the image in OpenGL stuff from the texture, which actually like puts the image on the CPU. Destroy it later, get the hash of the image, which just hashes all of the color bytes, and then again, this time I can say if not array find array add, because it's just the U32. Wait, that's not, is that right? No. Rather, I want to check for duplicates. Found a duplicate for texture. Can textures have names? No. Dang it. So I just... index, which is not very useful, but okay. Oh, you know what I could do? If it finds an index, say that, and then there's a save image function. And then I can give it the image and say tprint texture something png texture index. There we go. Now I can look back up with this index, see what's duplicate. I would like to know what it found though. I think it returns a boolean and then an integer. Yes. Okay, if you found something, I'll print index and found index, and then shit. So actually, I'm going to save every single image as texture something index. And then I will just print when I found duplicates. Found duplicate for texture index, found index. Okay, so this is fine. That will tell me if there are in fact duplicates, and it should probably crash if there are. Yeah, I think it should. But I want it to crash after it's printed everything. So I'll do this. If you found or rather, now I can actually assert you have not found duplicates. I'll just end it there. Okay. That was a lot of stuff to deduplicate textures. So now textures are deduplicated in multiple ways, and we're asserting if any duplicates remain, which I think will be the atlas texture maybe. If it's not, that's very suspicious. So now what? These textures I have here have to go into images. Yeah. I'm also just gonna brute force this because like it's only 1,000 things and this is the serialized code. So, well, not really. Okay, what I'll do instead then, I have not actually added anything into images as far as I know. Yeah, I have not. So, how does this work? Image indices is a table of a buffer. I think that's reasonable. A table of a buffer to the nth thing. So I'll just defer, destroy. It can be temporary allocated. So can you, can't you? So should all these things. You too. Okay, so now for textures, these are all my deduplicated textures. Image is create the image from the texture, which I think is an okay method still, probably. Guess you shouldn't be able to find this. That should not exist. So then table set into the image indices. Yeah. Array add. I guess I have to start the fat level up here now. something. Array add into the fat level images this image, and then into the image indices, the texture buffer gets mapped to fat level images count -1. So that's the index of this image. Okay. Now I can continue with this. All the renderables potentially have a diffuse texture. Oh, and now they can have a normal texture. They never have an occlusion texture, but that might change, so I'll keep that. So really what I would say, this is just models, yeah. If has uniform model uniforms u texture 0 is the name of it, it's just known to be u texture 0. Renderable, okay, wait. Image index found. Table find image indices. Model uniforms u texture 0 buffer. Dot texture dot buffer. Pretty sure that's how that should work. And then assert that it found it. And then renderable diffuse texture is image index. Now, if it has a u normal 0, normal texture is image index. So actually, all of these and this, everything that is an index lookup should be -1. Okay. Is that it? Am I done with this? What else am I missing? The shader name? Yeah, that's going to be hard to get. Because that has to do with material. Like, that's a very specific thing now for how I'm exporting this GLB. And then the GLB loader gives me back just a model, which is like really basic, really simplified model code. I don't want to change that. And I'm not sure how else I could even do it. Unless that would be kind of weird too. Yeah. Like I also don't want to introduce the concept of a material yet. So yeah, I'm not sure what to do. The models themselves can have properties. I mean, I could add I'm also only using string properties, so that's kind of interesting. I could have some array lists in the model, or some lists or whatever, of basically properties, which is like a name to a string. That could be just kind of like a universal concept of data that's loaded. I think that's okay. ToString. Yeah, I don't like it that much, but so that's fine. Let me destroy it when it gets destroyed. Property, model properties. free property 0 and 1, and then array free the properties. There you go. So conceptually, the texture has to have this too, but it doesn't. I'm not doing that. The weird thing is, like, I put it in the material, but when GLBs actually get exported, the objects are separated by material. So I can put them in the models. So yeah, this can hold everything, actually. Let's get but it's not exported yet, is it? Let me export this stuff again. So I wanted to export GLTF. I'm editing maps GLTF. And then I wanted to export GLB again. Because I don't think my property data is being exported, and I have no fucking clue what to do about that. I might just have to get a better GLB exporter. And I'm scanning through the options. I could try exporting attributes. I don't know what that means. I guess I'll try that. Export this GLTF with attributes. Let me look at this first then. Be sure it actually saved. Hang on. Okay. Editing maps GLTF, grass GLTF. Is this what I meant by attributes? Oh, one thing I want to check then, if that gives me the name of the attributes, I want to know what is this I'm clicking though? Hang on. It's just called grass? Yeah, okay. I want to find grass. Grass. Grass 1. So that has an alpha cutoff of 0.5. That's okay. Let's continue. So nowhere does there seem to be a model with... Oh, this refers to mesh 206. Oh no, I can never find that. Yeah, who fucking knows where that mesh is? Maybe I can find grass and expand it and find the actual mesh name. Castle 014 is the mesh name, of course. So, okay, it does not export 2 textures. There's only, so yeah, see, this thing does export 4 primitives, for example. Which 4 is a lot, actually. Oh no, that makes sense. So it has like the Atlas primitive, it has the road primitive, the grass primitive, and the grass edge primitive. 1 primitive for each material. But none of these primitives have more than 1 texture coordinate, so the occlusion texture is not getting exported, turns out. Anyways, that I just wanted to check that real quick. Yeah, my properties are also not getting exported. Hang on then. Blender doesn't seem to be exporting my custom properties in my GOTF file. If I can't get Blender, wait, Blender, the GOTF 2.0 exporting in Blender does not support exporting custom properties as part of the extras field, which is standard in GOTF format. Include enable custom properties. Scroll down to the include section, check the custom properties box. What? That's not a thing. export GLTF 2.0, include. Oh my god, it is. What the fuck? Okay, good. Let's see if that worked. That saved me so much work. I was going to have to write my own exporter just for that extra metadata. Okay, so here is this now. Shaders. Yay! Uh-oh. It did not get the name. It says 1.0. So this guy, shader. Wait, so basically this default value does nothing. Also, why is it outpost color? What the fuck? It's Atlas 1 again. Atlas 1 does not have a property. Thanks for the follow, man. Okay, so in the grass thing, this is a grass shader. You just have to stick it there is what I learned. I put it in the wrong spot. Whoops. This is grass trim. Okay, grass trim is supposed to have custom properties. So grass trim will have shader. Grass trim. And then I'm gonna try this also. This property will be, this one will try a data block texture again and call it grass texture. Now can I select it? No, damn it. Okay, in that case, it's gonna be string and it's going to be called grass with a capital G. I'm just gonna match the name. Is that fine to do? Yeah, I think so. Probably. Just watch the trailer. Cute game, mate. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. So grass and grass trim. Okay. Let me check the grass texture real quick and see what the naming is here. Name grass. That's because that's the file name, isn't it? Yes. Okay, so lowercase. That's how we'll do it. Shader grass. No shader, good. No shader, good. Water. Water edge. Okay. Oh, did I do the wrong stuff again? No, that's Atlas 120, 119. Okay. Oh, here's the other Atlas. Oh my god, I figured it out. Okay, one of these atlases. Okay, this is fine. This guy uses this atlas, building wall, and then that atlas. Okay, so this atlas in particular has to be copied. There we go. Now the atlases will not be duplicated. Thank God. That problem solved now. Mystery resolved. Let me be sure the rest of the stuff matches my expectations here. Yeah, basically, yes. Everything that is going to move as you capture the outpost is this new atlas. So, thank God. Shader, outpost color. Very nice. water edge, water, and a waterfall. This one also then is waterfall, yes. I feel like I most likely missed some stuff. I cannot think off the top of my head of what I missed. I know these guys have normal maps. That's okay. Yeah, they don't need anything special. Okay then, maybe I'm done. I really feel like I missed something though. Did I not really? Oh, these, the resources. Yeah, the resources. The object data. Crystal, crystal. Okay, and then trees. All of the trees. There's only like 8 trees to change because they're instanced, but they still gotta find them. Sure I didn't miss any trees. These trees look done. Now for the left trees. I guess, I should specify in my readme for my game, which is just for me. Hey, that tree never had a property. Because it only has 3 instances? That doesn't sound right. Okay, this is the tree that has a thing sticking out of the side. Which is you and you. Is it really only just 3 instances, maybe? Actually, yeah, I don't see anything else with a thing sticking out of the side. Maybe you? No, it's different. Okay. Actually, only 3 instances. What a useless tree. So there we go. Now they all got that, except yeah, there it is. Tree, 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 tree. Tree, tree. Okay, now the right side. But there's very specific export steps now for the map because Blender has become my level editor now today. So I probably need to just specify. I mean, the export steps are basically just export properties, but still, I need to specify that. Tree, you're a tree. This one has 3 also. That's okay. It's because he flipped the map. Oh, but if you flip the map, yeah, this one's broken. Where's your brother? There you are. So you 2 guys, you have these, which one are you? You have those 2 little things and that one big thing. So like you. But you have 18 siblings. Okay, so select duplicates of you. And now, uh-oh, it's going to select everything on the map, is it not? Okay, I guess it's not. So here's all the actual duplicates. And I think if I do this, make instance, it should turn into 20. 20. Yay, as expected. Good. And the resource is a tree, so that didn't change. Alright, that was an easy fix. Did I miss any trees? I probably did. Okay, I think I got all the oh, this I missed too? Yeah, this. Material, water fountain is a water fountain. There we go. Technically, the building should have some things, but I'm not going to do that just yet. All right. Once again, yeah, let me add these export steps. Read me. No, not you. Exporting a map. Export as a GLB. So enable include. What is it? Include custom properties. What are punctual lights? Export directional point spotlights. I do need that then. Export punctual lights. Include custom properties, punctual lights. Custom properties. Enable include. Mesh apply modifiers. Enable mesh apply modifiers. And then export UVs and normals, vertex colors don't need to exist. I'm just going to disable that. UVs, normals. Maybe in the future. Tangents. Hello. Hey, how's it going, man? Wiggler. And that should be it. Oh yeah, also export automatic images. I feel like it should be quality of image export. It should be 100%. Export automatic images. Wait, export materials automatic images. Automatic images. Image quality 100%. Almost generating 3D shapes. Woo! Big. Okay, let's export this and let's check the light information because that's newly enabled. I need that also. And then export GLB as GLB this time. All my data stuff is still good. Yes. So we go to export into maps and export. All right, there we go. Good enough for me, at least it'll probably work. I can probably search the lights. There we go. Nice. Holy shit. Okay, the point lights have massive intensity. I don't know what this number means, but I guess I'll figure it out as I go. And then whatever the number means is not really a real thing because I think these point lights work in such a way that they have a what do you call it? Like they have a, you know, inverse exponential fall off, so they they never go away. My point lights are in a diffuse rendering pipeline and they definitely do go away. So basically, I'm just going to have to take these values and calculate my own shit, which is fine. This is kind of leading me to believe I should have another function to load a GOTF. This is the other thing I wanted. Shit, it doesn't have a direction. Come on, man. Wait, these don't have a position. Oh, I bet something looks these up. Okay, okay. There's going to be something like a node that references into the lights. Got it. So I bet if I search light again. Yeah, there we go. Okay, not that I think I'll just have another GLB loader that just loads light data. Exponential decay? Probably. I'm not sure if decay is the right word, but it might be. I don't know all the terminology. I don't remember everything. So I have all my data now. I can continue. Woo! Let's keep going. I think I'm actually going to get this rendering. It's pretty late. I might get this rendering today. Well, I mean, I will get it rendering today. I might get it rendering on stream. Okay, let's continue. What is next here? I wanted to see. Okay. I think the best way to do this. I'm not sure. Like if I actually reload these properties into my model, properties are inherently a part of my model graphics pipeline, which I don't like. That's not how a graphics library should work. So that's not how it is going to work. Let me look at where this stuff is. Extras. Okay, so I do support extras, and this is in materials. So in my GLTF loader, I have a GLTF JSON material, which has no extras. Why don't you have extras? Fuck. Okay, what else do you have though? Is this even the same thing? It has extensions, it has extras as a name, and a PBR metallic roughness. Okay. Yes, it is the same thing. I'm gonna look up. Hey, thanks for the follow. Check out and wishlist Fat Goblins on Steam. I'm looking up real quick the material layout, material definition in their like in the GLTF documentation. Okay. Yes, so JSON object with extension specific objects, application specific data. So it does have both of those. So what I'm confused by is like this thing has an alpha mode and shit. Oh, that's in the PBR metallic roughness. So where's my data? My data is just in extras in the actual material. Okay. Let me scroll up to the actual material. So it has extensions, and then extras after name. So my JSON library, what is it? JSON, is that it? It supports something like this. So all the extra stuff is just going to get shoved into here and I can look it up later. Okay, so everything that I rely on for that has to have this basically now. So those are my material extras. The other thing, it was called resource. This is by mesh extra, apparently. And let me look up mesh. Go find the mesh format. Okay, let me scroll way up. Can't be that hard to find this. There it is, mesh. That's not it yet. Corgi screen. Yeah, it's when I'm looking in my browser, it defaults to that. I'm just trying to find the GLTF format documentation for how, like all of the potential fields a mesh could ever have. Type mesh. Okay. So it has primitives, weights, name, extension, and extras. Primitives, weights, name, so extensions, and extras. Okay. I think that's everything. Okay. Let's... Well, I do have to do this slightly differently. So before, my plan was to shove all this stuff into the model in that properties array I made. But I'm thinking I need some type of GLTF loader that gives you back something. It's going to give you back... Yeah, see, this is kind of hard because there's no easy way to map one-to-one from GLTF stuff into my models. So it may actually be in my interest to load it into the properties array. For things that are like materials, I could do that because they have a material ID. So actually, maybe the best thing to do would give them a model ID. And then I could have the properties, but that feels kind of pointless. Okay, let's just do this then. I will just shove all this stuff in here. Maybe this will get removed in the future in some refactor, I don't know. This will also have properties then. And so when the way this gets destroyed, this also has to do that same stuff. Sure, let's just do it right here. Okay. So now in my model loading code, in my model loading GLTF code, when I load the meshes, I'm actually not sure if that's right. So the meshes directly correlate with the geometry, actually. But geometry is very basic raw data. I don't think I want this in there. And now models can only have one geometry. So probably the correct thing to do here is at some point, I think it's this. I'm going through my mesh primitives. Primitive to geometry, yeah, so I'm getting my model index. Okay, so now I have my model, my instance model or my regular model. And now I can assign the mesh data to this. But, okay, I'm just gonna pretend I have it and continue. Yeah, let's go. This is my instance model. So it's only extras for this. Probably. For extra and mesh extras. That's not how this works. Contiguous JSON reader. Okay, module. A JSON generic has a type, and based on that type, it'll have stuff. So what will this type be? It will be extras as an object. Okay. If mass extras. But this is optional also. all this stuff I added, extensions, extras for this and material, all optional. So I think you're allowed to just make these pointers in my JSON library. It's been a while. If this exists, assert objects found mesh. It's fine, it's self-explanatory. So if it's an object, I can iterate through the object array? Yeah, which has a name and a value. Okay. Is there a better way to do that then? This. It's looping through the object list, comparing the names in a case-sensitive way, which is fine, actually. That's probably correct. With the name count that you give it. Oh, that's in the object. Okay, sure. You know, this is not technically correct. Why does it do this? This is kind of stupid. I think I can just say if generic objects I name is toString name. Because I also want to consider the length. Wait. I hope there wasn't a reason why I was doing it this way. I need to just continue fixing these. All right. There's that. So it has to be an object, and then I guess I'm just looking for everything. I do not care. So yeah, I'll just iterate through these. And at this point, what has to happen is this object it found, this JSON, the value has to be a string. Great. Mesh extras object. So going through all of the objects, this is an entry. Property is a toString, and I guess I actually need to copy these. Copy string entry name. Wait. Assert entry value type is string. That's all I support at the moment. Entry value string. So entry value, oh, it's strip because string is protected. Okay, entry value strip. And now array add into this model I have somewhere, instanced properties, property. There we go. That's how it works. Now I have to do the same for my model. Although, instead of this, I could do the same thing where I say, can I? This is my properties. And now this can go here. If there are mesh extras, has to be an object, go through all the mesh extra object properties, has to be value type string, create this and add it into properties. Yeah, this is fine to do, actually, yeah. Okay. Cool. So the annoying thing here is I also have to do this for material. Okay, so you get the texture. How should this work, I wonder? I think the correct place to do it would be in this function. Because it gets the sampler, but the sampler is different than the material, so I'm not sure. Images, like in nowhere do I see it referencing material. Yeah, it doesn't. This one does, has the material right here, so I'm just gonna do it at both places. If material extras, it's the same thing, fortunately. Material extra type has to be object. Material extra go through the object entries has to be a string. Copy entry name, entry value. Add it into material properties. Oh wait, add it into texture properties is what I meant. Okay. There. And also for the normal texture, this should probably be made generic in some other way. I don't know, but this will work for now. Okay, looks correct. I'm missing a couple things which I might not add yet. So the things that are associated with meshes and materials have to be loaded into the meshes and materials, but like where were the, so lights are something different. Lights are nodes. Okay, so that's fine. Lights are nodes. They will be in an entirely separate load function actually. Or yeah, they will be, I think. Yeah. And I already got shaders now, and I got resources and textures. I got that. I feel like I'm missing something, but I think I can't think of it. I think I'm good. Back to level manager. I kind of want to just have properties here then. Do I want properties or do I want like shader, resource? The other one was a texture. That's a weird one. That one can be applied directly to occlusion. Okay, that's fine then. And then what am I missing? There's one more. Text shader, resource. There was definitely one more. That's just shader. I don't know. All right, let's continue. So where do I create, wherever I create the renderable now, here, you care a lot about properties. If model, okay, wait, I will loop through the model properties, I guess. If property is something, I think I can do string cases. I think all this one supports is resource. Renderable resource is, wait, property, okay, property 0. then the type of resource is this. Good. Otherwise, default case, false. Unknown model property. I will print both. Okay, we'll just print both like that. Good. And then, there's fuck today. Gonna bounce up with my ICMN. Yeah, I'm gonna keep going for like maybe 30 minutes, and I think I'll have this rendering by then, because this is almost done. And then I'm hopping off to. So if it has a texture, I guess I want to grab the texture real quick before I do any of this. Then texture buffer. I'll go through texture properties. Textures can have a property called shader. Yeah, see, it can't possibly only, oh, the other thing it can have is a property called texture. Found texture property, but not using it yet. This corresponds to the occlusion texture or whatever. Okay. Unknown model property. Okay, unknown texture property. You know what sucks? All this stuff I'm doing with these textures and these uniforms and stuff is only for the model code. I also have to do this exact same stuff for the instanced models. Hang on. Okay, back to this. So go through the textures. If it gave you a shader, which doesn't make sense at all, by the way, because this is just the normal. Actually, I bet it does. Okay, anyways, it doesn't matter. They should be the same value, so whatever. Doesn't matter. So I'm gonna try to separate this code out by way of saying, oh shit, that won't work. Maybe I can, like, what does this come from? Okay, these come from properties. These also come from properties. It does not matter. So apply properties to a renderable, which is something that I do not have declared. Fine. Where'd that method go? Here it is. So this, and I want to give you properties, which is a toString. All right, and all this stuff kind of just gets merged. Apply properties to the renderable, which is a pointer, and I give it model properties. All right. It just iterates through these properties now and applies resources, and now also applies shader and texture. They all go to the renderable. Good. So now I can just say apply properties to This is only slightly better. Renderable texture properties. So now I only have to duplicate this, but it's still a lot of duplicated code, to be honest. Instance models. Instance model. Is index ever used? No. Thought it might be. So I can add the instanced model geometry into the geometry list. I can make a new renderable. It is an instanced model renderable. Its geometry is the most recent one, and then it does not use the model transform. Instanced, what is it called? Instance transforms. It doesn't do that either. It goes for instance and instanced model instances. I have to add this into my instance transforms. And the instance is a model matrix GPU thing, which is just a struct that basically is a model matrix, so, but GPU friendly. Instance, yeah. Maybe it should be called instances. Instance transforms is kind of like a lot. But this says transform. Maybe it should be called model. That probably makes sense. Okay. So model transform, when I create my model, just call model, and this one goes away. Instances. Add instance model. Okay. Add the properties of this guy. If you have these uniforms, I wish this code was generic. I don't. Actually, I could do that. Because this only applies things to renderables and applies properties. Okay, I could do that. So I could say apply properties, apply uniforms. Renderable. Uniform shader uniforms. Basically, this is all it does. Uniforms, 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 uniforms. Okay. Why is this a table find? Oh, I just don't have the texture, which I am pretending like I do. Okay. So this texture is a unormal texture. And okay. Simple enough. Am I done? Well, I'm definitely not done, but wow, this is a lot of code now. So I'm ignoring lights. I do have to do the AABB. I have images, I have renderables, I have geometries, I don't need lights, and then I guess the last thing is AABB, then I can start loading this serialized data. So the AABB is not that hard, actually. So I have set AABB is false. I'm going to go through, because, I mean, I'm writing it generically. I know there are models, but you don't necessarily know there are models, so I'm just going to have if not set AABB, now you've said it. Actually, I feel like I've written this before really recently and it was not right. So hang on, I'm scared now. Geometry function? No, that's right. I think it was for my instance model. Have a get AABB method. Oh, this one I did have set AABB, but now I just ensure you actually have instances, and if you don't, I return nothing. Or like a 0 width AABB. Okay. So that level AABB. Well, it's already there, so if you haven't set it, that level AABB becomes get the AABB of the model. Otherwise, you have to merge it. So that's just the entire logic. Get the AABB of the instance model. Otherwise, merge it with the AABB of the instance. Okay. This AABB of the instance model should take into consideration, yeah, all of the model transforms with the geometry AABB. Okay. So that's set. And this is all inside my low serialized function, the fallback of it, which expects a fat level. And so now it has it. So now I've loaded my level, or I've serialized it, I mean. Now I have to load it from the serialized data. So there it is. Got it back out. Oh my god, that is a big ass function now. Okay. Kind of don't want to do this. So basically all I have to do is go through my renderables. I don't actually, what is even the purpose? I guess I have to set the AABB. I don't know why. Okay, so there we go, that's done. I guess I should do it like last. Okay. I just have to go, I'm ignoring light, so I just, okay, first I guess I have to create textures from my images. That's very easy. That level, images, texture, I guess just array add into textures, and then also I can easily say, why not, array reserve textures. I'm gonna have that many, so that's what I reserve, or add, create a texture from an image. That's all you have to do, because image should have the interpolation and wrap information data of a texture. So there we go. And now I go through renderables. Things are going to definitely be broken. That's okay. So if the renderable type is a model, otherwise the renderable type is a fat model. No, wait, instance model. Fat model's not a thing. Why not assert otherwise? Unknown renderable type. That should probably never ever happen. So all I should have to do for this, get the geometry, and then just create a model, set the position, rotation, scale, and assign the textures and the shader stuff. Okay, How should I do the shader stuff? I'm actually going to set the shaders, I think is my plan. Yeah. So I will have a double pointer shader thing. That's my plan. And a uniforms, which is a pointer to shader uniforms. So the assert renderable geometry is not -1. Geometries, renderable geometry, that should be the geometry index. Model is, just create it from that. Model shader. Okay, that's how that should work now. I have both of those. Oh. This has to have more information. This. What do I do with you? This is a property in both of these things, so I'm just going to stick it in right after geometry. Okay. I guess that can also be a Boolean pointer. I mean, it would have been equally as easy to set it. Yeah, I won't do it though. Okay. So you create your model. After all this, you add it into, there's something, level models. I hate this song. So cringe, the start of it. Level models, so it's, yeah, it's not good that these are completely separate ordering. I think I already mentioned that. I am going to keep it this way for now, just to get this over with, and then fix any issues. So I'll add this into here. And get your geometry from this renderable, create an instanced model, which, let me go check this guy out. Guess I have to say should upload. So both of these actually, I think, should upload. Because I'm actually loading the level now. Create your instance model from your geometry, and I do have to provide instances. Instances is a matrix for this, so actually I have that very easily available. Which is instances. Wait, what? It's, yeah, it's literally just renderable.instances. And then my shader, and oh. So if instances get set here, position, rotation, scale has to get set here. So model position is renderable model position, I think. Rotation, scale. There we go. Level instance models, that's what it's called, right? Yes. Now after all this, if renderable shader, then I can switch. So shader dereference becomes a grass shader. Grass edge. This is where I kind of need to look this up now. So there's a grass shader, there's a grass edge occlusion shader. And then there's going to be water that does something, waterfall, water edge, outpost color. Forgetting any? Fountain? What was the fountain called? Water underscore fountain. Okay, that's a water underscore shader, water edge shader, waterfall shader. That, I guess. And fountain is just water for now. This one is nothing. Okay. I guess now the reason I wrapped it in this guy is so I can say assert false unknown shader type. So that set the shader. Now for the uniforms. So not everything necessarily has a texture, actually. So how will this work? That's if it exists. Uniforms. This is the diffuse texture. UTexture 0 of textures diffuse texture index. That should work. It has a normal texture, U normal 0. Whoops. And then I'm not using occlusion texture right now, but I will later. Okay, I think I'm done. Wow, lots of code written without testing a single thing. So the only, what I think I did not do correctly though is some of the stuff depends on other things. Yeah, like this. Okay. So when you give something a water texture, it also needs this, apparently. I'll have to go through and just copy these. So then you set uniforms with whatever these are. I think all the water stuff needs this, but then some need extras. Water edge needs water foam. Waterfall needs water foam. The rest are the same. Yeah. Edge and a waterfall need water foam. There we go. And now what else? You know, realistically then, These textures actually should get stuck in the shader uniforms, not the model uniforms. This doesn't make any sense. But I'm not going to change the way it works right now. I also don't know what the fuck this is, but I guess I'll do this. So for grass edge and grass, they both get this for some fucking reason. I don't think it's right to do. I think this is wrong. Okay. Is that all that happens now? So I apply the uniforms, whatever. Oh, there's a resource. Okay, that's true too. Resource. What the fuck is this? If it's a rock, oh, interesting. The building I haven't done yet. I do plan to do that. You texture 1. Okay, I see. That was previously used for the grass edge occlusion shader. Not needed now.
Work.
Alright, thanks for the follow. So, what I didn't realize was when there is a resource, it changes, it sets the resource type, but also, I guess, the shader has to become resource. So now, when I am, you know, deserializing my object, I will have a resource shader, and that is this apparently. I think it's going to end up being different for trees versus rocks, but this is fine for now. So no loaded model. Instead, I dereference my shader and uniforms and assign it to this. This is my center, my wobble. Wobble is nothing. That's suspicious. Oh, because I think I animate it with this. Okay, that's fine. If... Okay, that's different. This is just worried about shaders at the moment. So I guess if renderable.resource, and then if renderable resource, I called it crystal now, I changed it accidentally. Probably should be called rock. Oh well. So this adds the things into the level models. So this is actually correct. So yeah. I think though, isn't it count -1? It must have just done it differently down here. It probably didn't get added to, yeah, it gets added after. And where I'm doing it, it gets added before. Okay. The rock position is the center of the AABB of what? Okay. It's the center of the AABB of, this also does the same thing. I will just have to get it myself. Oh. Can't actually do that. I'll have to just have an AABB. And this is omega fucked. Okay. It's okay. Yeah, it's fine. The problem is that the instance models can now be resources, which does kind of make sense, but that means each instance has to manage its own like resource state. So having a generic AABB for an entire group of instance models does not make any sense at all in terms of resources. But I do not currently care. So that should fix it. And I might be able to run the game. Okay, I guess I have to fill in grass model, grass edge. Okay, these things are simple enough. They're expected to be models, which they all are. That's fine. Okay, so grass. That should be all I do. Grass, edge, water, water edge, and waterfall. There's more than one though. Oh. All of these potentially there's more than one. The only one I know of there's not actually is well, water and water edge, but they should be treated as if they're more than one. So grass, well, it should be called models. Boom, 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 boom. And you get added. I also say, to do all of these uniforms should just be applied to the shaders, not the models. That is an oversight. Grass edge models, water models, waterfall. Okay, it should not. The shader is the only thing named incorrectly. It's one word. Water edge models. And this also gets added to water models. I think, God, that might finally be it. However this stuff was being used, though, is totally not right anymore. Like, yeah, see, even this makes no fucking sense. This is not how this should work. Load grass circles. This I will change, because this just makes my life way fucking easier. Okay, so this does happen after the shader exists, so grass shader. All of these things, actually no point for this to be here. So grass shader uniforms and, okay, this one's name is much more stupid. Grass edge occlusion shader uniforms. There we go. So actually, I do not care about this. That should be good. Those are the grass circles. So that's what I meant by, and the other thing, I need to assign them to the shaders and not the objects. So anyways, this is not used at all now, right? Yeah, I bet I can get rid of everything this way. This looks like it's not used at all. Oh, but except... yeah, that's not used at all. Not used at all. What about water? Doesn't look like it's used at all. I think these ones I already went through and updated them to modify the shader. I don't think when I originally wrote the code for this, the concept existed of a shader having its own uniforms, but now it does. So that fixes it. I think I can run it now. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's going to be lots of bugs. This is the old code. Let's... oh, everything that uses instance models, everything that renders based on instance models also has to render based on instance models, yeah. Level instance models. So if this model is using a transparent shader, you skip it, the render opaque, get the ABB, the center, the radius, check if it intersects the frustum, and draw. Count is useless. Total, I guess I was timing it at some point. Actually, basically that easy. Level instanced. Also, this one has to be transparent. This should work, I think. Cool. One of the main issues at this point, by the way, that I have not fixed, and I'll try to run it first. Way at the start, when I load this thing. Actually, I don't even know where my code went. I need to merge all of these models by material ID. Because there's like 3,000 models in the game right now. There should only be like 50 or 40 or 30, I don't know. Okay, let's watch it not work. I wonder how long it's going to take me to fix. I wrote so much code without testing anything. Okay, those are all fixed. I don't see anything else. Result of value 3 is being ignored. That's true. It's actually fixed though. Right. Okay, interesting. Whatever. Sinus mismatch. Yeah, that's probably the real. So that's because this has to be a U32. Okay, attempt to use a variable from an outer reference frame. That's probably true. 54. Whoops. Yes, but fuck. It's not a good way to fix this either. You're just kind of expected to know the path. Like, very rarely do you try to load serialize something that's dynamic like this. So, I mean, load scene path. This is really stupid to do. This is stupid. But there we go. Now there's my path. Buffer. Buffer is not a member of shader uniform. Yep, that's also my fault. 72. So if it has it, you have to get the texture. Get hash to not match any overloads. Did I write that function myself? So that was in my old logic here. Get hash. Oh, I did. Oh, I kind of only did. Okay. I will just stick that into here. Objects is not a member of JSON generic. I kind of think it is. Contiguous JSON module. Object. That's why. Where was that error? Oh, I just changed this code myself just now. Contiguous. Names is not a member. 51. Man, I broke everything. It is called name. The rest look okay. Level manager 131. Success values being ignored. Table contains. It's not allowed to contain the thing. Okay. Attempt to use outer variable again. So image something's. Wait, what? What is an outer variable? 156. Oh. Man, this outer variable shit's so fucking annoying. Image indices is a table of U32 to int, so I would just pass that in. A pointer to image indices. Oh, and now it's a pointer, so now no pointer needed. Properties is not a member. Oh, that's right. I wrote this code so that it would break. I haven't done this yet. It shouldn't be that hard because I already do this. Wait, that's all I do. I'm done. I think I'm done. I just have to go stick it in the destroy method. Destroy. Wanted a fat level, a pointer given a fat level. Does it matter? No. So in fact, yeah, you don't get a pointer. That's fine. This error is more complicated. Okay, let's start here. Did not match any of the possible overloads. Oh. So maybe it does have to be a pointer. If you could not get... Wait. I mean, fallback has to return to you something. I don't know why I would do this. Oh, because then it returns false. Oh. Can fallback fail? I feel like it can't. I guess it could. It would maybe be reasonable to require fallback to give you back a success value. It definitely makes more sense than requiring a pointer. Or this block might need to go away since not everything is bool checkable. That's fine. This is the fallback anyways. The implication would be this method always succeeds. Okay, yeah, see, there you go. I still think probably it should return a boolean, but I don't want to go change like 15 files after all that stuff I just did. Wanted a JSON generic pointer given a pointer. This is like a legitimate issue with my contiguous JSON code. I don't usually use JSON generic things. Insert run. Oh man. Depending on how complicated this is, I might not be able to fix this right now. JSON object update pointers. And it's extremely complicated. Thanks for seeing the code as you go. Yeah, no problem. this takes a JSON pointer and it's given a JSON. The only thing I can really think of. No, I have examples. I have also generic examples, I think. This doesn't look like a very good example. Tests. Oh, okay. What the fuck was all this then? Jesus, this is like testing code that gets inserted. Okay, so this is a JSON generic. I want to see that there is a JSON generic that's optional. Which I... This is GLTF stuff. With optionals. So these are all optionals. These are all optionals. Still no generics. JSON ignore. No generics. So no, the optional generics was just never tested, I guess. I wonder what I should do about this. Because this code is not simple. Result materials data something extensions, and it adds a pointer to it. Like, I'm really tempted just to remove that pointer because it's right here. It takes an object JSON generic pointer. Yeah. I mean, I can't do that. I guess let me check the actual generated code, which I guess would be in the build output. Oh boy. So the correct way to fix this would be the rest of the code that's not generic does handle optional pointers. So I need to see how they do it because let me check JSON generic. Maybe there's a chance you can have a JSON generic that's nothing. Not really. Yeah, not really. Well, from what I thought, it was my friend's VS Code theme. He recently made one with a similar UI color scheme, a tad lighter, I suppose. Maybe you'd get interested in checking it out. Zafira theme. Oh. Yeah, I'll check that out off stream. But I will check it out. Always interested in good themes. Yeah, so this does have to be a pointer if I want it to be optional. So man, this is complicated. JSON parse into the content, the index, and the result, which is a pointer into T, which in my case okay, this shoves the stuff into there. So this is okay, understood kind of. This is still extremely complicated. This is fine. We might like it. Yeah, thanks. Man, the last thing I wanted was for the JSON thing to break. Stupid generics. Does it give me like a call stack at all? Oh, I have messages. Oh, what's happening? So GLTF loader reader 2 kind of gives me a call stack. So it does JSON parse, then more reader 2, more reader 2. Okay, that's clearly not right. Reader 11. Okay. This is not very helpful. And then reader 41. Man. Get point. I don't even understand what the fuck this is doing anymore. I wrote this so long ago. And it was really complicated, as you can see. So if the info type of type T is a struct, and then it's JSON generic, you do this. So I think the thing is, this is what's happening. I'm expecting it to be a pointer probably. It's really weird that it's not. So I kind of want to print this out because it's just appending things. I want to kind of see what the flow is. I should maybe just add a test case and try to fix that. But this, if I can't fix it really quick without actually working on this, then I'm not doing it on stream because, as you can see, this is very not simple. I don't think this is the type of thing that's good to do on stream. The only thing I can think is, if you have it might be an easy change here. Okay, so if the top level name thing exists, then the top level name thing is a cast. It converts this thing into a U8 pointer, and then it adds a pointer offset. So I think I might have to dereference this. I don't know what the fuck this does, but calls it again. Okay. Yeah, see, I wrote it so long ago that the postfix dereferencing didn't exist. I'm going to try to dereference this. There is like a 10% chance this fixes it. Wait, it doesn't look to me like it does. Because, yeah, this is getting it back as a pointer, so that's not it. And then it's getting the child, append the builder of get child of, and then it gives you the child type. So it's doing this stuff, dereferencing the child type and the top level name. But if it is pointer to this, okay. Okay, I do think I'm right actually. If it's a pointer to this, and then it's giving it the pointer to type, then the resulting thing that it takes out of this has to be dereferenced, because that would be the child type. So, the thing is, it's using this top level name, which I would not be allowed to override. So I could maybe say pointer. And then now you take this stuff. And casting it like that is fucking weird. Oh no. Okay, so I'm gonna do it in 2 steps because it does have to cast back to itself. Okay, and then builder, top level name. I'm totally guessing. It's not pointer, it's, I guess I'll just call it pointer 2 to continue matching this thing. And it's going to be append top level name. Dot start. So dereference. Now, I guess, I guess I'll tprint, yeah, tprint here. Boom. Pointer to top level name. So it would make me more comfortable then to tprint here as well. So it's exactly the same. There's no need. It's the same thing, whatever. Okay, but this one, yeah, this one is top level name, pointer to, that's the actual name of it. Okay, please, for the love of God. Copyright underscore pointer to. Oh, it's actually trying to assign it into this? Error, this looks like you're trying to, yeah, that doesn't make sense. Okay, I kind of get it. So this top level name thing is this entire string that continually concatenates with itself to form this giant like blank dot blank dot blank dot blank thing at compile time. So it makes sense that you would not be allowed to do this, but this is still, I'm pretty sure, the problem. So this goes back here. This just updates the pointer to the reusable memory address, which is the pointer offset. But when it finds this JSON generic thing, okay, actually, if it's going down the pointer list, I might be allowed to dereference it. So instead of adding that to it, instead of adding that like underscore pointer to, I might just be able to add a postfix dereference and continue on my way. I'm not sure. Let's try it. So it'd be like this, just adding a little postfix dereference. Holy fuck. If result mesh data, result mesh iterator, primitive data, result mesh data, result mesh iterator, primitive iterator targets dereference data. Huh. Unable to parse this statement. Yeah, me too, compiler. This looks like a bug. This thing, it has a little whatever the fuck. What the fuck even is this? Result meshes data. Result meshes iterator. Is there anywhere where I do this? No. Damn it. This may be something that I cannot do right now. The thing is, I think I need to understand where this is coming from. So this is what's happening in this get child method. It's just continually building this string so it's unique for every single child it visits, which is why it's gigantic. So the things that add underscore iterator, that's this, and it's Oh, okay, understood. This might be the problem. It has to replace like periods with underscores, that with underscores. I'll just add one more, I guess. This is, why is this so confusing to look at? Okay, so it would be replace star with underscore. That might fix it again. Wait. It didn't fix it. Maybe there's more than one place where this happens. Kind of doesn't look like it. Replace, 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 replace. Top level name, period, underscore, this thing, underscore, that thing, underscore, star, underscore. Maybe... No. Oh, that wasn't the same error. Wait, I think I actually fixed it. Holy shit, I think I fixed it. Wow. Okay. Let's continue. This did not match a possible function. This is a real error again. Oh my god, I think I fixed it. Should upload is true. I think instance models should upload by default. They should have that right. You're allowed to upload if you want. The reason I removed them before was because I had a boolean for whether or not they're dynamic. That doesn't exist anymore. Undeclared identifier instance. I can't believe I might have actually fixed that thing. Too bad I can't really test it. I mean, I could, but... Instance. It is called... model properties. Yeah, that's not a thing anymore. Where am I even adding? There we go. They're still adding water models, waterfall models, water edge. None of that has to happen anymore. Grass doesn't have to happen. Grass edge. Okay. And then, yeah, in the hat level manager or something. No, what is it called? Upgrade? What's it called? Hat scene. Yeah, there are hat scene models. This then is hat scene instance models. It has to be none. Okay. Oh my god. Oh. Uh-oh. Let's go look at that. So this is an assert I added in today. But this seems kind of reasonable to me. So I want to see what is happening. And min filter. Here too. (9729) and 9887. Okay, so I have the specs open. 9729 is a linear. 9887 is linear mipmap linear. That's allowed. Did I just type it wrong? Oh wait, I think I meant to say this is what it has to be. Whoops. It has to be one of these things. So my assert logic still checks out so far. Ooh. Oh. Unhandle the texture interp function. Fine. What is it? $9884. That one is nearest mipmap nearest. You know, I think I might as well support all of them. 9728. Okay, and then 986. So this guy is nearest mipmap nearest, and then linear mipmap nearest. So if the mipmap function is nearest, I just don't know why you would ever do it. So I'm just gonna basically assume that's not mipmapped. Unknown property, grass texture, grass. That's true, actually. And I do have to account for that. I thought I did. I meant to say grass texture. That one's supposed to be grass texture. Unknown property, building 1.0. That is incorrect. Yes. I didn't think I had any building properties, though. Building 1.0? Oh, building, I called this building outpost. This is, I was saying as I was going through this, I'm pretty sure I forgot something. I think it was this. Okay, let's re-export this guy as a GLB. Asset maps. Oh. Oh wait, but building property is still not supported. I have to support that. Okay, case, building, building. Found a building property, but not using it yet. Hmm? Interesting. So when I went to apply the uniforms, the image indices table did not yet have this buffer in it. So all that happens though, yeah, wait, how's that possible? Oh, maybe because I think what might be happening, wait, let me check exactly where this came from. 159.202. Apply the uniforms. So it's going through U texture 0, U normal 0, and then it's going through all the textures. If this texture doesn't yet exist in the game, it adds it. That's all. And it has to be uploaded. Okay, well, then when you apply the uniforms of your models, and it errored on instance model, and it errored at 159, whoops, which is U texture 0. Huh. I wonder, did it get to the point where I was saving my images? That was a thing I was trying to have it do at some point. Yeah, there's a lot of fucking textures. Okay, so I am right that there are duplicated materials. That seems correct. Correct. Okay, lots of duplicated materials then. Also, that's duplicated. Okay, but that's fine because I have that code set up to deduplicate them. I'm pretty sure these are duplicated materials because I purposely split up some materials so that things would not render in batches. Thanks for the follow, man. But anyways, 159 is asserting. Okay. It's asserting that it has to be found. So this thing has to be found. Which is really weird that it's not. So how about this? If not found, go through all of the textures. Maybe texture. Oh, I don't have access to the textures list. Fuck. So annoying. Well, anyways, this adds the texture buffer into the image indices table. From all the textures in the game, by the way. Oh, this only happens for models. Holy shit, I didn't know that. Okay, that's why. Problem solved. Hey, thanks for following. Maxi Waxy Taxi. You guys check out and Wishlists. Fat Goblins on Steam, it's super helpful. So this thing only relies on this texture array, right? It needs the uniforms and the textures array. Yes. So I can have one more method. What is this stuff called? Apply, sure, apply textures. This is my textures array thing, and uniforms. So basically, it's just this. If these uniforms have a uTexture 0, get the texture out of them, go through my textures, which I have to dereference. If you found it, yeah, just break. That's fine. How about... I should rename this. Either found texture or uniform texture. Uniform texture, yeah. Okay. One more models, just uniforms. Going through the textures list, texture buffer. If it matches the uniform texture buffer, it's found it. If it's not found it, add into the textures array, which is a pointer, the uniform texture. Okay, so now I give it the texture list and model uniforms. And the reason I do this is instanced models. Okay, now I think it will not assert. At least not there. Unknown shader type, grass trim. I think I should name it grass edge. Yeah, it doesn't really matter, but grass edge was the original name. That actually, that should do it. I just have to, let's just save and export. Try again. Unknown shader type at 1.0. Okay, well, fuck. That one is definitely my fault. The way to fix that... Yeah, I don't think it has a name either. Does it? Does this have a name? The renderable does not have a name, but it should. It would make a lot of sense for it to have a name. Also, I don't really know how to tell it to do this, but I need this thing to always run because it's looking for the serialized data, but I'm changing this function all the time. So there's probably like a, let me look at file, maybe just file. Is there just a delete file? I think it's called, it has a different name. Oh, no, it doesn't. File delete. Sure, I'll just do that. File delete serialized path temp string. That should do it for now. Eventually, I'm not going to delete this, and I'm going to be like, why does my game take 6 seconds to load instead of 1? Okay, but what was I doing? Something has a shader type of 1.0, so I need to put the name in here, yeah. So when I create my renderables, renderable name is a copy string of model name. I think instance models can have names too, so this is totally valid. And when I create the model name is a copy string of renderable name. Same with you. And then when I say unknown shader type 1.0, renderable name, I can check actually what this is and then go find it in Blender. Environment water slope 01001. River. What? That's not supposed to have a shader anymore. Good. That either. That either. Cool. Fixed. See, we're printing good errors. It's catching this stuff. Almost worked. Okay, actually, I feel like this should exist. Position normal text chord. So this is just a map for it. So this is specifically, it's looking for a shader for instanced models, which I have a bunch of default shaders. Okay, so it does not exist. Never mind. I'll add it. So it is a vector for boom, boom, boom. Don't I, I'm pretty sure I have it though. It's just not a default. Called shadow shader. So there's probably a shadow particle shader. Or not. What in the game currently is a particle? Literally nothing. Nothing that's in part of the level. Okay, I'll just make a new one. So if this shitty naming convention says shadow color shader, it's not color. I don't want color, I want shadow shader. If this shitty naming convention says shadow shader, then mine is shadow particle shader. Particle, particle, particle. And there we go, except not yet. Hang on. So, almost ready. Yeah, a couple things have to happen. I'll fix this first. 3, 4, 5, 6. A model 1, 2, 3, 4. This looks correct, and so I do need something that is this. I have to construct my model matrix from my particle attributes, but this is a transposed matrix. So it is vectors. I'm transposing it. Also, none of this exists. Transposing it as I go. Projection view model. Yeah, that's how you do it. And then the other thing that's incorrect. This is multiplying the model view. Oh, this is. It's because this is rendering them into view space because it's drawing the normals in view space in the deferred rendering pipeline. And so this is it view times model? I think, right? Man, this would be easy to fuck up. So here's the problem. Well, maybe I don't care. If there's anything in the game that has weird scaling, like stretched along one axis, just doing this will not actually work to manipulate the normal. Model view projection. Okay, so I think I'm allowed to replace this with model view, but I'm not actually sure. To do replace view times model with model view. So I'll leave it like this. All right, that probably fixes it. So here's my shadow particle shader. Let's go back here. This is the default of this thing is a shadow particle shader, and let's initialize this right under shadow color wobble shader. And doesn't this require the current map, or maybe not yet? No, it doesn't. Okay, weird. Everything that shadow color, where the fuck is it? That shadow shader, wait, shadow shader does. So this should too, yes. And then all of the textures that this thing might have, which is a U-team offset, which that doesn't sound right to me. It is seemingly used. All right, I guess. Shadow particle shader gets a U-team offset. And then yeah, any other textures this guy has? Nothing. Okay. Good. I can probably just run it again now. Now it should be able to find an appropriate shader. And eventually it's going to load into the game. Ooh. It loaded into the game. Extremely wrong, but look at it. Wow. Yeah, the physics also... Oh, that's also really weird. But yeah, the physics also doesn't line up with the actual level. And I have my doors being manually placed. That's not how it works currently. And the other thing is currently, you see I'm getting 135 FPS instead of a very clean 143.98 or whatever. I think it's actually rendering 3000 models. So I'm amazed I'm even getting this FPS. Okay, so cool. Almost working. I don't know why everything looks so bad. Oh, I see. Kind of. This texture is incorrect. It looks like it is not repeating along anything, along any axis. I might just be able to fix that. That might be a Blender issue. And then I'm really close to getting off though. It says repeat. It says linear sampling and repeat. Which, that's grass trim. I want grass. Grass is... Where were those settings? Hey. Repeat. Damn it. Well, looks right to me. Oh, wait, maybe I know why? Potentially the problem is, I think it's loading the texture correctly. And then when you create an image out of a texture, which is, I guess, in the image function, you give it a texture somewhere, it probably does not keep the wrap. It does not. I think it should have that data. I think it should have wrap and interp. So I'm only going to set it in this case. So yeah, this was the problem. Wow. Easy fix. And then generate the stuff, whatever, none of this matters. And then you give it new, and then when you create a texture from an image... Uh-oh. See, it has these defaults. I guess what I could say, though... This is the only place... Okay, this is probably reasonable. This one has these you have to provide. This kind of now inherently has defaults, and I will say return, create a texture, image wrap, image interp, should upload. That basically will work. Whoops. Create texture. Oh, so some of them want a single function, a single thing, which... Yeah, I can't have defaults. So, like, this guy has an interp, which is the second one, so, like, it's super fucked. And instead of this, I could set the interp and wrap functions in the level data, because maybe it doesn't make sense for an image to... It kind of doesn't make sense for an image to have these, I guess. Yeah, okay. So that is what I'll do. I'll delete both of these in the level manager. When you create this thing, you have your images. So now it's some anonymous struct with an image and wrap, texture wrap, interp texture interp. Okay. Image data is add this thing. Image data images. Image data wrap is texture wrap. Image data interp. Texture interp. Okay, now everything that uses images is going to be inherently incorrect. What is the format? Wrap, then interp. Image wrap, image interp. Okay. I think that'll work actually. A Metro 149. I meant to just add nothing. Okay. Still incorrect, huh? Model 737. Did I not add back the defaults? I don't think I did. Shit, what were the defaults? There we go. Good as new. Clamp and linear. Spelled it wrong. Level Manager 33. Oh boy, let's see if the grass looks slightly less shitty. Yay. Oh, you know what's happening? The reason everything's so dark? How can I even fix this? It's because this should not even be a thing anymore with how this is gonna work in the future. I actually don't know. Maybe it should be. Okay, well, it shouldn't be a thing right now. I have some SDF texture that is getting applied to everything. I can show it. Show it if I can find it. This probably. It's for the other map. Yeah, so this. So it's like, this is the depth of the scene. And so it's used to apply shadows to things in a really inaccurate, like interpolated way. Just for like things that move, which is basically characters and abilities and stuff. Arrows. There are no shadows currently on the new map. So that should be a shader part. It's like a shader dependency. Shadow parts. Yes, git. But actually, I'm not sure this is the problem, but I think the problem is going to have to do, I can try just one thing to fix it before I get off directional light shader. This thing looks up the shadow value from the shadow texture, and this thing gets written into based on the vertex, like color attributes in the map, which I no longer have in the new map. So I'm going to set the shadow to 1.0. I don't know if it's supposed to be 1.0 or 0. I think it's 1.0. Okay, that did fix it. It's very bright. The water is missing. The water's... Actually, I don't know why the water's missing, to be honest. Oh, it's because it's... Probably this is because it's missing its textures. Also, the instance models are missing. Oh, it's not that they're missing, it's that the bound me box thing doesn't work. Okay. Interesting. Oh yeah, see my FPS, yeah, there's definitely 3,000 models being rendered in my screen right now, 3,000 draw calls. That'll have to get merged. That's not hard at all, I wrote that method already. Cool, technically did what I said I was going to do today. Good enough. Fuck. There's 30 textures? Okay, that's still their problem. Yeah, there's 30 textures. I do not want to push those textures. How do I... I'm just not going to push. No, I should. I don't know what this is. Oh, Tokyo Game Show. Shaders, shadow, particle... I think Git is going to hate me for pushing this GLB file. Okay. Git add. Now I can add the rest of the stuff. The new level loads using Blender as the level editor. Still need to merge models. Fix instance frustum testing. IDK, lots of other stuff. Good enough. I'm going to try to do some of this offline. But yeah, the level renders just... Oh, I didn't push. Level renders just with lots of issues that still need to be fixed, because this is what it's supposed to look like. It does not really look like this at all yet. Let me try to find someone to host. No one to leave. I need the big 42 number, 24 number. One of these two. I found the people. This guy's even Vulcan. It has to be this guy. Has to be this guy. He's making a Vulcan game engine in C. You'd love to see it. Alright, everyone check out and wishlist Fat Goblins on Steam. And I will probably be back streaming tomorrow, but I kind of really don't want to stream lately, so we'll see. Alright, see ya. Probably I'll be back tomorrow around 1.